What is happening out there, Roto Scouts football fans? Happy Friday, gang. Welcome to the show. Big marathon for the 11 gamer fired up. Got a few people hanging out in the chat already on a Friday afternoon. A couple minutes late, 4:19. Got to admit, sat here staring at the screen for a couple of seconds, sent out another reminder tweet for everybody. Just getting things rolling. One of those days where it's just like, I could do this. I can get that done, and then I'll do this a little later. Just moving stuff back. Been working on this shit since like 4 o'clock this morning. I took a little bit of a nap last night for a couple hours. Sleep. Woke up about 4. Been working pretty much straight through. Gonna be going again overnight because I still got to write all those notes for the game notes article. Sometime between now and Monday, we'll catch up on sleep. But for now, it's all main slate action all the time. Projections are up at Roto Scouts. Updated projections for the Malik Neighbors news. A couple other pieces that came through. Waiting on some other key injury news, pieces of news that'll come out over the next 24 hours or so. Multiple updates will come through the weekend. Rankings were updated. Stack rankings were updated. Haven't gotten into the groups to update the man for man Q tags or anything in there, but we'll get into that. But really good looking slate. Big weekend of sports, baseball playoffs, with hockey going hot and heavy. Day 4 of hockey projections live up on the site. If you haven't used those yet, I had a couple good nights with them. We had somebody take down a congrats, actually, or in order. Congrats to Blue Mastodon, using the hockey projections on day 3 of the hockey projections existence. Took down a nice little 555 ticket to the NBA Epic Monster, presumably probably the second day of the NBA season, I would think. First day is just like 2 games. So that tournament's probably the second day, but won a nice little $550 ticket. Kevin CashApp, if you're within the sound of my voice, I see your question in the hockey Discord. If you're not in our Discord already, guys, jump in there. There's a lot of chatter going on throughout the evenings. A lot of gifts being shared back and forth, some good laughs in there, but there's always some good talk, good questions, and it's always a spot you can find me. Just at me in there, and I'll see something. So, Kev, not sure if you're here yet, but just answering you on the show, and I'll tell you that I'm answering you on the show. On the NFL show right now. But Seth is right. Stacking. So, for NHL, just real quick to answer that question. And Seth1374 answered it already, but you really, really want to be stacking for NHL. It's almost more important than it is in baseball, just for the pure correlation, the correlated scoring on the assists, the +1 assists, the hockey assist. There's just so much correlation among line mates that you pretty much want to go full stack, at least like 3-man stacks. A full 3-man line, and then you can one off your 2 defensemen, and then pick your goalie like you pick a starting pitcher in baseball, basically. But I usually like to correlate at least one of the defensemen in. Typically, if I can get a power play defenseman who's correlated directly to the guys from line 1, line 2 that happen to be on the power play as well, that's beautiful. So as much correlation as you can jam into a lineup, that's the name of the game. So hopefully Kevin's here and heard that, or will listen to this at some point. But if you're just jumping on, this is an NFL show. We are going to be going through the entire NFL main slate as usual. As Stephen Leibowitz points out, welcome on into the show that makes the 10 Commandments movie look like a YouTube short. Yes, we're doing 20 Commandments at least today. Maybe, 11-game slate? We'll probably be doing 22 Commandments. Commandment 1, probably do not play the Carolina Panthers. Doesn't look like a very good spot. We've got a couple of pretty bad spots on this slate. That game is really light. What's the other really light one? The Pittsburgh-Vegas game, not expecting a ton of scoring there. And then Chargers-Denver just looks like a defensive slugfest. But we've got some solid totals on the board to work with as well. A couple of high 40s, a 51-point total, a 52-point total between Detroit and Dallas. The 51 is between Washington and Baltimore. Could be some fireworks there. Washington doing a ton of scoring early in the season. You can pass on both of those defenses. Looking forward to seeing Lamar work against that Washington defense. It's been one of the worst ones in the league. So there's a lot to work with today. A lot to talk our way through. Cujo's here. Good to see you, Cuj. Dennis Forgy's here. Our pal XX Cubs fan. Mamba, as usual. Mamba's here. Mamba chopped first in something. Congrats, buddy. Oh, that was on the showdown? Nice work, dude. Mamba's actually ducked out. Not sure if he's still here right now, but ducking out. Going to catch up on the replay later on. That's why I wanted to make sure we knock this out today rather than waiting until tomorrow. Just to give it a little bit of shelf life, give people time to listen. So totally understood. You're just finishing up at work, and then you got to commute home, and then you got to make dinner and do all that stuff. So jump in, jump out, catch up when you can, play it on 2x speed. I'm just going to be here doing a lot of talking for the next couple of hours, so you listen to it at your convenience. Make sure you check out rotoscouts.com. A lot going on at the website if you haven't been there in a minute. Took up again most of my day today, but football projections, NHL projections. Didn't put up baseball projections just for the showdown slate. I figure showdown is just so straightforward. People know what they're doing and just grab players. But we'll be back with any of the multi-slate playoff slates for baseball. Basketball is like 11 days away. Don't know how we're going to juggle that time, but it's going to be fun. It's not providing dinner today. Yes, you're all fending for yourselves dinner-wise today, unfortunately. Maybe one day. Just you'll be midway through the show, and there'll just be a little, ring at your doorbell, a little knock at the door. There'll be somebody there with a delivery of wings or something. One day. That's why you got to tell your friends to come join, subscribe. Subscriptions are under $1 a day. At a point, we hit enough volume that pays for wings for everybody. I'm not trying to be selfish, not trying to break the bank, not trying to take everybody's bankroll. I want you guys to win your own wing money with your bankrolls. But tell your friends, tell people. Rotoscouts. Rotoscouts.com. Projections. Every single projection, every single sport, every piece of data and content for every sport that we cover. Right now, that's the big three that are going on. We'll be adding the big fourth. We'll be losing baseball, but we're going to be going hockey, football, and basketball for better or worse all through the winter, and then we're coming back with baseball next spring. Anything else I can cram in around the edges, I will. I think you guys know that. Under $1 a day, weekly, monthly, quarterly plans. Any plan you choose, access to every single piece of content for that price. Also, check out acemind.io for your sim needs. I know you guys know these things, though, because I'm talking to all the regulars right now. Steven's looking forward to the archery projections. Do they still do archery in the Olympics? They do, right? That would have been a fun one. They should do, like, Olympic DFS. Just come up with scoring systems for all the crazy sports, just to make it fun. If we can figure out ways to score DFS for video game players, I'm pretty sure we could do it for, like, the luge, for archery, volleyball. It's probably volleyball DFS somewhere in the world. But anyway, let's talk some football. No London game this week. Starting out, we've got Jacksonville and Chicago, 45-point total there. Chicago favored by just 2.5 at home. Pretty close game, decent amount of points on the board. Capable offenses with capable skilled players on both sides of that one. It's intriguing enough, but there's a lot of options. Wouldn't shock if a couple pieces from that game were pretty relevant to the slate, though. Arizona Green Bay is a game I'm definitely interested in. Green Bay favored by 5.5 there. A lot of chuckles, really made my day just seeing the, if you guys didn't catch it, it was actually the crux of the joke in my tweet that I sent out right before the show. The Twitter football doctor guy, I forget his name, but the guy who's always, oh, that looks like the guy who's watching on TV like we all are and pretending he's a doctor and analyzing these injuries, was arguing with Christian Watson's father, not knowing that it was Christian Watson's father over the nature of the injury. It's pretty hilarious. He said something to the effect of 85 to 90% of my analysis is dead on accurate, so you don't know, random Twitter guy. And Christian Watson's dad was like, all right, look, if you want to just guess by watching the video, that's fine. And, the doctors in the MRI said it's this, but sure, you're probably right. 85 to 90%. Jacksonville Bears is in London? Is it? Am I brain dead? Did I put that game in here? I think I did. That's how brain dead I am right now with these schedules. So that game is a London game. That is an early game. Well, at least I've got it projected. Did I put it in the notes? All right, I didn't put it in the notes, but I did put it on the board. I got to actually start remembering to... I can't believe I said there was no London game. And there actually was one. I don't have it on there. Do I have it on here? No, so I just wrote it off of the Pinnacle board because I'm an idiot. But once again, that just proves that you can just talk your way through. You just blow right through it. Like, yeah, hey, there's going to be some scoring there. We'll get to that when we get to it. As I'm saying those things, I'm in my head like, I don't really remember seeing Trevor Lawrence on there, but I'm sure he's in there somewhere. That's what happens when you spot check 283 individual players. So anyway, continuing on. So, all right, that game's early. Dude, did I put that in? I guess I didn't even project it at all because it wouldn't have been in the main slate. You got me all mixed up here, Steven. Yeah, all right. So the only place I screwed it up again was just talking about it right here, right now. It's not actually in any of the numbers. Anyway, Arizona, Green Bay, game I'm actually interested in, a game that's actually on the slate. 47.5 point total there. Green Bay favored by 5.5. Love the passing upside of the Green Bay offense. Definitely Arizona, a team that can keep up. Green Bay potentially getting Christian Watson back as early as this weekend. We'll see what happens with the passing game there. But love the deep passing core as we've been talking about since week 1 with the Green Bay offense. And again, enough pieces to work with as far as bring back plays. A very solid 47.5 point total. Far as the 26.5 points going in Green Bay's direction, but 21 going in Arizona's direction. It's not like they're one of these teams that's clinging to a 15-point implied total as the underdog. So plenty of fireworks potentially there. Indy and Tennessee. Anthony Richardson back for Indy off of the injury report as of 2 days ago, I want to say. Gives them, really, it's weird because obviously the skill set is higher. The DFS skill set is probably higher in terms of the overall, the big throws, the potential, the not being an old quarterback who it's amazing that he's even still playing in the league. But the team functions better and the passing game has functioned better without Anthony Richardson. So it's definitely going to be an interesting spot against a fairly capable Tennessee defense. Tennessee going back the other way doesn't really give us a ton to work with. 43.5 point total. Maybe we get into a little bit of the ground game there. Tennessee favored by 2.5 and a home game. Houston at New England. This one I'm a little bit worried about. Houston, for one thing, really hasn't been doing that much scoring this year, oddly. It's a team and I think it goes for everybody. I think we were all expecting a lot more scoring out of the Texans so far this season. They've been without Joe Mixon since week 1. He's, last I saw, still questionable. I haven't put him into the projections yet just because it seemed like he wasn't caught up yet. There's a couple guys like that I got to check the Friday practice status on. But we'll keep an eye on that one. They're getting Dameon Pierce back, which should, limit the Cam Akers necessity. No Nico. Nico is going to be out for a few weeks, so it's the Steph Diggs, Tank Dell show in the passing game, some Dalton Schultz. Still a high-end passing attack going up against New England. There's plenty of reason to believe in Houston. What I get concerned about, though, is that New England is probably not going to keep up in that game. It's a 7-point spread against a 38-point total. New England is one of those teams that's pulling just a 15.5-point implied total for New England. So I could see Houston getting up by 2 scores in a week where they're a little bit banged up and just kind of taking their foot off the gas in a season where they're having trouble scoring touchdowns anyway. So maybe a little bit of a dangerous spot there with Houston, and the total tells you everything you really need to know. The 51 points between Washington and Baltimore, obviously very attractive. Baltimore 6.5-point favorites against one of the worst defenses, if not the worst, most gettable defense for fantasy scoring in the league. Washington going back the other way, though. You can absolutely pass on Baltimore's defense. It's very difficult to run on Baltimore's defense, and the running back's banged up anyway. So could just be a day with Jaden taking to the air and working with Terry McLaurin and some of that receiving core, and hopefully generating some scoring going back the other way to keep that one close, keep it interesting on both sides for DFS purposes. Jordan Mason hurt power yesterday in DFS and in season long, but MLB made his night profitable. Good. Stephen Leibowitz likes Xavier Hutchinson. Pats are going to be without one or two starting safeties. Does it even matter? That team is ugly. Not many teams I would not trade my Giants for. That's one of them. Speaking of which, Giants, it's going to be ugly this week. I know I said that last week without Neighbors, and they managed to pull one out against the Seahawks. And they'll probably put up some scoring against Cincy. That game's all the way down here. It's only on FanDuel. But I just have such little faith in that team. But we'll get there in a second. Cleveland at Philly. Philly favored by 9.5. Cleveland in a complete tailspin. The offense just doesn't work with Deshaun Watson at the helm. So it's another spot where I do question Cleveland's ability to hang with Philly there. The thing that I'm most interested in from that game is Saquon Barkley against that paper-thin rush defense. They're giving up 5+ yards per rush attempt this season. So Saquon, absolutely fire away. They're getting A.J. Brown back. Devonta Smith is still questionable. Last I saw, he was leaning a little bit more toward doubtful. So we'll keep an eye on his status. But A.J. should be back. Dallas Goedert, a couple of the key weapons for Hurts to work with there. No real issues with going to some Philly. It's just, I question, that spot. Do they really need to run up the score in that game? Tampa Bay at New Orleans, 3.5 point total. New Orleans, 3.5 point dogs to Tampa Bay in a home game. 41.5 points on the board. Rattler at the helm for New Orleans with Carr going out. So temper expectations for New Orleans. It might be an Alvin Kamara kind of a day, though, where Kamara just picks up one of those days where he carries the ball 28, 30 times, scores 3 touchdowns, and is a requirement for DFS. That said, there's probably more weapons to work with on the Tampa Bay side with the very solid 1-1A receivers, their premium quarterback to work with, a couple of decent to good running backs that are kind of in a timeshare right now. More options on the Tampa Bay side, but a little playability given the Chris Olaves of the world, the Rashid Shaheed who got ruled in just before the show. So there are weapons on the New Orleans side. It's just the delivery of the ball to those weapons from the 5th round pick is going to be interesting. Pittsburgh and Vegas, a little bit of a defensively oriented game there. Vegas 3-point dogs at home. Pittsburgh's defense pretty good. Vegas is a little hit and miss, but Pittsburgh's offense not all that great. Even with the Justin Fields and their solid record, and it's a nice story and everything, but it's not like they're lighting the world on fire offensively. So I don't really love that game, and it's 36.5 point total. I think I skipped over the Chargers and Denver game. That's the other one that I mentioned before. Seems like just very much a defensive struggle. Neither of those teams good at scoring. Both of those teams good on defense this year. So I think it's just going to be two things smashing into each other between the 40s basically, and then a couple of field goals in one direction or the other is probably going to decide that one. But a 36-point total, really lackluster options on both sides of that game, really could completely just bypass it. Atlanta, Carolina, 46-point total. Carolina, 6-point dogs at home to Atlanta. A lot of upside for the Atlanta offense. Some of their skill players look pretty good. Their defense is going to be popular. Looks pretty solid against Carolina. Carolina, another team just kind of in a tailspin, but a little bit more offensive upside with Andy Dalton at the helm. They do have Deontay Johnson is currently questionable. Chuba Hubbard having a decent year, except for the 1 week where I finally bit the bullet and decided, all right, fine, he's playing well, I'll play him. Had, I think, his worst game of the season. Detroit at Dallas, 52-point total. Dallas 3-point dogs at home in that one. 2 premium teams, capable quarterback play, very good wide receivers up and down the board, excellent running back options, and we've talked about the Detroit running back options a lot in terms of just the ability to play them both together. Play them both, not necessarily both together in the same lineup, but the ability to play them both as equal options on any given slate with a ton of scoring upside. It's my favorite running back tandem in the league. Normally I shy away from split running back situations like that. That one is just somehow effective. And then the Giants and Cincy at 48 points. Potential for some fireworks for sure. The Giants' pass rush is great, but everything else about their defense is mediocre to bad. Cincinnati's defense is pretty bad, but Daniel Jones is also pretty bad, and the Giants are going to be without Malik Neighbors. Devin Singletary's still banged up. Not that that mattered all that much, and probably won't matter all that much. He's just mediocre. Oh, thanks, guys. Devonta Smith cleared to play. Cleared concussion protocol. So another weapon in the holster there for Philly. Going up against, again, that just bad Cleveland team. My only qualm there is, does Watson give us anything? Because I actually like other pieces from Cleveland. I think their skill player core is not bad. And we've talked about them through the year with the 2 premium wideouts. The running game is not terrible. it's just the quarterback. And it really creates a situation where I question whether Cleveland's able to hang in that game for long enough to keep Philly interesting. Philly favored by 9.5 is really telling. But the 48 points, the Giants and Cincy on the FanDuel slate, definitely going to be a factor. Might come down to some Jamar Chase shares, might come down to some T. Higgins shares. Don't necessarily know where it's going to land. There are options for scoring. But taking Neighbors out of that one, obviously, peeling a big piece off from the Giants side of it makes it a little bit less appealing as far as the dual-sided situation. I would have had a lot of shares of Chase Neighbors just going head-to-head, whether it's stacked or not, in just from that late game. Same thing with like Neighbors Higgins and so on and so forth. And then I won't accidentally talk about the last game here, Buffalo and the Jets on Monday Night Football. But pretty solid New York action, though. Cincy and the Giants on Sunday Night Football, Buffalo and the Jets on Monday Night Football. We've got a Mets NLCS game, a Yankees ALCS game, all within the span of like 24 hours, Sunday and Monday. Pretty killer weekend of sports here in the New York area. Get into some of this stuff. As usual, these games are just sorted alphabetically, just for sanity's sake. So, ignore the scheduling. Since the Giants game is third, I'll skip over that and we'll circle back for that one. I don't know if I'll leave it for the very end of the show, but we'll give it a little bit more time for the DraftKings folks. I do have, for later on, I've got some Ace Mine Sims running in the background. The FanDuel one actually is completed, which is great. The DraftKings one is running slowly. DraftKings is always a little bit hit and miss just because it's me like grabbing it out of the thing that I haven't truly set up for DraftKings, where I'm just pulling the projections, so then I got to go in and fix it real quick, and if I miss stuff, it can slow it down or it can jam it up. We'll come back and we'll check this later on. I might rerun it against a smaller field for DraftKings. But check out acemine.io, and we will be looking at some of those results a little bit later in the show. You guys see that? Yes, you can. All right. Everything should be updated. Everything should be accurate. I went through individually with all the different teams and fixed that issue with the board pulling the wrong yards per pass attempt number. For whatever reason, as I mentioned on yesterday's show, if you were here, I get the notes and the download into this column here from the exact same place. And in the part of it that feeds the notes, it's one number. Part of it that downloads to here, it's another number, and the one that was downloading in here was the incorrect number. So I went in and I updated them all. So good game to start us off. Arizona and Green Bay, 47.5 point total. 5.5 points in Green Bay's favor. But again, Arizona, I feel like Arizona's going to be able to hang in this game at least long enough to keep it interesting. They've got a 12th ranked 24 points per game. So it's not like they're not capable of scoring. They've got some premium skill players like Marvin Harrison. James Conner is a upper middle class type running back. Oh, that's funky. What did I do here? Player position rankings. Why are those? Because it grabbed the wrong columns. Hang on one second. Let me get those rankings fixed. That's easy. That's just me copy-pasting data from the wrong columns. Oh, I did it here too. That might not be as easy to fix as I thought then. You think you got everything lined up. Projections, rankings, template. Bear with me just real quick. Let me get that fixed. It'll just take a sec. Talk amongst yourselves. How's everybody's weekend going? How'd everybody's week finish up? You guys doing good out there? Doing well? All right. I need the projections file right there. Fortunately, it's just the running backs and it's just for FanDuel. I wish I had noticed it 2 minutes before the show, but this will be a quick enough fix. Yeah. All right. We're back. Got those fixed. So, as I was saying, you can see that some of the Arizona skill players do rank out, playably. Murray ranks 8 by fantasy points on DraftKings, 13th by points per dollar, 9th and 12th on the FanDuel slate. That's playable, once you're in the top 10 as far as quarterbacks go on an 11-game slate. Puts you in the upper portion. Marvin doesn't rank poorly as a wide receiver for points or for value. A little bit worse for points per dollar on DraftKings, where he's pretty expensive at 72, getting 200 more expensive than the FanDuel slate. Pushes him down that board a little bit for value. 14-14 across the board on FanDuel. Connor's a playable running back. Trey McBride always ranks out well as a high-end tight end. The stack ranks 9 by points, 15 by value on DraftKings, 11 and 14 on FanDuel. So again, I do think there's enough playability there in Arizona to justify some bring-back shares. I think there's enough playability to have total faith in Green Bay as a stack that's going to need to keep the gas pedal down at least through 3 quarters. The Green Bay defense here to help with that cause. 4.4 yards per rush attempt ranks 16th. 7.3 yards per pass attempt ranks 23rd. They've generated a 25.4% pressure rate, and they've gotten 16 sacks and 9 picks. So they've been a good scoring defense. But you can move the ball against them. The sack rate ranks 10th, 8.38. The interception rate, 5.14%, ranks first. That is the most interceptions in football. On the other side, Love's going to be going up against an Arizona defense that ranks 30th against the pass, 8.1 yards per pass attempt, generating just 15.9% pressure on the quarterback. They've come away with 11 sacks, 4 interceptions on the season, which isn't all that impressive. It's been kind of a sieve of a defense. 4.6 yards per rush attempt, 8.1 yards per pass attempt, 7.38% sack rate, and a 2.90% interception rate. The interceptions are top 10. It ranks 9th. It is an okay interception total. But even if Love loses one, there should be plenty of upside for them to throw the ball up and down the field. Definitely some opportunity for Josh Jacobs to do his thing against that rushing defense, though, and same thing on the other side for James Conner. So it's believability around basically every kind of play on the board. In terms of Murray, he's throwing the ball 27, nearly 28 times a game, completing 68% of his passes. He's thrown 7 touchdowns against just 2 interceptions on the season. A fairly solid 8.6 intended air yards per pass attempt. It's just 0.4 shy of where Jordan Love's operating at. Love's thrown 8 touchdowns, but 5 interceptions. So that's where, some of the Arizona interception ability might come into play. But it's not like that's a bad habit that he's got. He's a tremendous quarterback who throws a lot of passes per game. You're going to lose some. He is only completing 56%. You'd like to see that go up. 21 of 38 per game. 291 yards per game, though. I'll take that upside. 7.7 yards per pass attempt. Between the two, Kyler's the guy who's going to take off with the ball a little bit more. He's running the ball 4.5 times a game, putting up 10.7 yards per rush attempt. Gains 7.8 before contact, 2.9 after contact per attempt. He scored a rushing touchdown on the season. It is a facet of his game, but it's not the prime focal point of what they do with the quarterback position. But definitely more of a runner than Jordan Love on the other side. At the running back spot, James Conner carrying the ball 16 and change times per game for 4.6 yards per attempt. He scored 3 touchdowns on the season. He's having a decent year. He's been over 100 yards twice. Definitely soaks up around 20 potential touches every single week between his involvement in the passing game and the carries. So once you're at 17-ish carries a game, I mean, you're only talking about a guy who only needs 3 targets to get to that 20 threshold. And 20, as we said, kind of the magic number that we like to be looking for potential touches. So he's right in that territory. He's drawing 2 targets a game right now. 1.6 catches a game for 13 yards. Catching the ball behind the line of scrimmage and make something happen with it kind of targeting. Hasn't scored in the passing game. Marvin's soaked up 4 of the passing touchdowns. He's also drawing 42.4% of the air yards on a 14.3 yard ADOT. 7 targets a game going in Marvin's direction. He's been pretty tremendous. Very good volume. Good scoring. 2 touchdowns in his biggest week, which was week 2. 4 catches for 130 yards. Had that really low end week 1. He only caught 1 ball for 4 yards. The other 3 weeks, the 3 most recent games, he caught 5 passes in weeks 3 and 4, but only for 64 and 45 yards respectively, and then dipped to just 2 catches on 7 targets in the most recent game, 36 yards, and didn't score. So the yardage, I mean, not getting back to even 70, 75 yards on those catches in those weeks, it's not anything that's concerning or anything like that, but he is only bringing in about half of those pass attempts, half of those targets. Hasn't really racked up monster scores outside of the 1 big week, and that only came on 4 catches. So, yes, he's been very good. Yes, there's a ton of volume going there, and it's obviously a super skilled player. But it's just a little bit of an anomalous board so far if you're just looking at the game log. The good news is there's plenty of talent there, and I think the numbers catch up in a big, big hurry. Trey, definitely one of the top tight ends in the league, operating on an 8.1 yard ADOT, drawing 7.5 targets a game for 20% of their air yard share. That's without playing in week 4, but he came back, played 50 snaps last week. He ran 26 routes, was targeted 9 times, caught 6 of them for 53 yards. Hasn't been over 100 yards yet this season. Also, most notably, hasn't gotten into the end zone yet this season. He drew 2 targets in the red zone last week. 1 target in the red zone in week 1, wasn't targeted in weeks 2 or 3 in the red zone, but definitely there's scoring to come for Trey McBride. For 57-65, you saw where he ranked out. Tight end 3 by points and 5 by value on DraftKings, 2-3 on FanDuel. So a key part of any Arizona stack, a key part of the tight end position, playable as a standalone guy, and definitely mixable and correlated with the top end. As far as the rest of the depth chart for Arizona goes, you're just kind of mixing and matching your way through these guys. There are targets, though, that go to both Wilson and Dortch. 5.2 a game for Wilson, 4.4 a game for Dortch. Wilson's been in the end zone once. He's operating on an 11.7 yard ADOT. Last week, he ran 26 routes, was targeted 6 times on 42 snaps. The last 3 weeks, he was targeted 9 times, 7 times, and 6 times. So fairly significant involvement for Michael Wilson. Dortch a little bit lower end than that. He dropped from 42 to 24 snaps week over week. Went down from 4 to 2 targets. Peaked at a target high of 8 in week 1. Drew 6 targets in week 3. Again, a mix and match quality receiver. Zay Jones back from suspension, but dealing with a hamstring injury. Let's see what the latest on Zay is. Get any new news? Zay's out. So let's give him a red flag there. All right, so no Zay. So maybe Pascal gets a little bit of a tiny nudge, but probably just renders the next spot on that list irrelevant. We're just dealing with the usual 3 wide receivers plus the tight end. In terms of the backup running back spot, Benson didn't play in week 5. DeMarcado played 13 snaps, did not carry the ball, was targeted once on 8 routes run. He's been targeted a couple times during the season. He's carried the ball a couple of times, but there's really no clear upside there. Even if Benson doesn't go, it's not like that's going to hand him, and Benson's actually off the injury report. But neither one of those guys is going to hand the other one a ton of usage, even if they don't go. So it's just you're splitting a couple of fantasy points there with no real path to DFS success. Down the board, really nothing to discuss. Again, Pascal probably gets over 1 fantasy point in the projection based on no Zay Jones, but that's about it. Elijah Higgins, the backup tight end, no real upside there. Josh Jacobs on the Packers ground game, carrying the ball, pretty decent volume, 18 carries a game. Part of that did come in a big volume week in, week 2. Carried the ball 32 times that week. Hasn't been over 20 in any of the other weeks, but did bounce up to 19 last week. Was targeted just once, but that puts him at your 20 potential touches. Week before that, 9 carries, but was targeted 6 times in the passing game. 15, had 15 potential the week before that. 19 potential in week 1. So that week 2 game, kind of an outlier with 32 carries for 151 yards. Wasn't targeted in the passing game in that. But the average week, you're still talking about 15 to 18-ish touches with a target or two maybe. You can creep up to 20 potential for him. He's gained 80 yards a game, 4.5 yards per rush attempt, 2.4 before, 2.0 after contact. He's only been in the end zone once. That came this most recent week. It was against LA. Still a capable, fairly high-end running back who can soak up the role of being a volume monster. And again, this Arizona defense, it's not like they're exactly stout against the run. 4.6 yards per rush attempt, ranks 20th. So plenty of potential for Jacobs. The Green Bay stack, by the way, ranks 6-6 on DraftKings, 7-7 on FanDuel, so they're going to be key. Jacobs lands as running back 5-3 on the DraftKings slate, 4-2 on FanDuel. Jaden Reed, the top-end wide receiver, ranks 6-13 on DK, 7-9 on FanDuel. And then you get Dontavian Wicks in the 20s. Romeo Doubs in the 20s into the 30s. You get Tucker Kraft as a mix-and-match caliber tight end. A playable-ish kind of a defense even out of Green Bay, given their upside for turnovers they've demonstrated so far this season. It's a lot to work with. Reed's got a rushing touchdown on the season. He gets involved. He's carried the ball 1.6 times per game. A little bit of a gadget play there, but definitely has the explosive upside to make it work, and has. Emmanuel Wilson's carrying the ball 7 times a game, gaining 4.5 yards per rush attempt. Similar numbers to what Jacobs has put up. Definitely a capable backup. If something were to happen to Jacobs, you'd have a very solid rusher there. But that's kind of the nature of the play. It's not like you're going to put him into your DFS lineup this week. He needs to have that opportunity created for him. Right now, he's just kind of a low-end, low-volume dart throw. Putting numbers on the receivers, everybody draws some targets. They spread the ball around like crazy. Reed operating on a 9.3 yard ADOT, 20.34% of the air yards. He's got 2 receiving touchdowns with the 1 rushing touchdown. Dontavian Wicks, all the skill in the world, 3 touchdowns on the season already, 31.7% of the air yards. Operates on an 11.7 yard ADOT, drawing nearly 6 targets a game. Romeo drawing 5 targets a game, a 13.1 yard ADOT, 20% of the air yards. He missed week 5. I think he's off the injury report. Christian Watson, not currently projected, but still the discussion about some potential to play. He was a limited practice participant again today. So Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. He was limited in practice, but he's practicing. We'll see. It's not like they lack the weapons. They don't need to rush him back. They don't need to rush him back to beat this Arizona team. But if he's out there, you're obviously going to go to Christian Watson. So it's a very good 3-man, maybe 4-man room. And they've got Bo Melton hiding down there at a just 2-point projection. He's only drawing 1 target a game, but he's gotten a couple deep shots. 23.2 yard ADOT on the season. That amounts to 2 targets last week on his 11 routes run. He caught 1 of them for 12 yards. 3 targets the week before on 5 routes run. He caught 1 of them for 28 yards. That's it. Not a ton of volume there. If Watson's back, you just scratch him off, and really he's only a large field dart throw of a play. Tucker Kraft didn't play last week, right? Do I have that right? No, he did play last week. He was on the injury report. He's on the injury report this week. Groin injury. But he is now off of the injury report. So it looks like we're good to go with Tucker Kraft. Was limited in practice on Thursday, but back in action and looked like he was a full go today. In week 5, he caught 4 passes, 88 yards, and 2 TDs. Had a touchdown catch in week 4, 6 catches for 53 yards. Took a nice step forward over the last 2 games, was a hot pickup on the waiver wire the last couple of weeks and season long. 3 touchdowns on the season. Just a typical tight end, 4.7 yard A dot, not a huge downfield operator, but drawing nearly 5 targets a game or 4.5 targets a game. Definitely some mobility there, 4,800, 6,000, a fair price. I think he's good enough to be a standalone tight end if you need it, but probably plays better in stacks. Outside of that, everything else down this direction is off the board, basically. Anything below Bo Melton, and Bo Melton himself is probably off the board. Manny Wilson, you're really just a desperation play there. He does have a little bit of projection on him because, again, he is going to carry the ball a few times. But once you're with the running back position, once you're in the 30s, the mid-20s, you're pretty much shoved off the board. Or at least you know you're down into that territory of this guy might be good, this guy might carry the ball a couple times, but really we need something to happen to the primary. Biggest bonus potential. It's probably just straightforward enough Jaden Reed, but I'm going to throw out a curveball, and I'm going to say Marvin. Just because they're going to be throwing the ball. We know that for sure. He's going to be the prime target. We also know that for sure. There's a little bit of, as much as I love this Packers passing offense, as much as this is the one I'm more interested in, there is a little bit of a split baby here with all these guys needing a little bit of love in the passing game as far as targets. You can only throw so many times into the end zone as far as red zone targeting goes. So, give it a Marvin. Not that it counts for anything anyway. Atlanta and Carolina, an ugly situation here. 46 point total. Carolina 6-point dogs at home. Andy Dalton pulls an okay projection, okay for being Andy Dalton, but ranks 14-17 on DraftKings, 16-19 on FanDuel. Deontay Johnson, if he's out there, gives him a little bit to throw to. Let's see if he get off the injury report. Still on the injury report. Limited in Thursday practice. Doesn't look like there's a Friday update on here yet. So Johnson's one to watch. If he doesn't play, I really don't want much to do with this Carolina offense. Like, this combo is moderately playable. Johnson would be playable as a standalone receiver. He ranks out fine, 13, 12, 15, 19 against a defense that's allowing just 6.4 yards per pass attempt, which ranks 8th. So it's him, it's Chuba Hubbard a little bit, but the Atlanta defense, 4.4 yards per rush attempt to rank 12th. He's just okay. He ranks 8-5 on DraftKings, 8-9 on the FanDuel slate. He's definitely in play, and he's going to get shares, but not one of my favorite runners in the league. Chuba on the season, gaining 5.8 yards per rush attempt. That was the thing that drew me into him looking at him last week. 3.6 before, 2.2 after, 13 and change carries a game. Not a huge amount of volume, but he picks up nearly 4 targets to help it out a little bit. So you're talking about 17, 18 potential touches per game. The involvement in the passing game, operating like a typical running back, mostly behind the line of scrimmage, catching little screen passes. He's got a touchdown through the passing game. Again, the 5.8 is a sweet siren song. That's a nice little yards per rush attempt. He's had do I not have this? It's got to be in here somewhere. Huh. I really thought that would be in there. All right. Just want to look up something on Carolina. 21st in explosive run rate out of 59 running backs. Middle of the league. I don't know. If you're into the advanced stuff, per whoever the hell writes this, Atlanta's allowed the 4th highest missed tackle rate and rushing yards per game, the 3rd highest rushing success rate, and the 7th highest zone rushing success rate. Chuba Hubbard, 72% zone rushing. That was per the guy over at Pros. I just wanted that explosive number. Halfway decent at explosive rushing. I don't know. I was not sold, and then I dove in a little bit and didn't love what I came up with. So maybe I'm a little bit biased against right now. Last time out, Chuba went for 97 and a touchdown on 13 carries. It wasn't even a terrible game. I mean, that's fine. Four targets, caught all 4 of them, but put up -2 yards. 104 yards the game before that and a touchdown. 21 carries for 114 in week 3, no touchdown. He's got the 2 touchdowns on the season. Totally playable. Ignore my not liking him. It's irrelevant. He's totally fine. Deontay as a standalone receiver, probably like a little bit better. It's probably true for both of these guys rather than stacking up Carolina all that much. Probably just get to those guys individually. And then Andy Dalton on his own, or in correlation with those guys, really not that appealing. Xavier Legette down board. If you're going to this team as a stack, then he's involved. If you're looking for a very cheap one-off receiver, 49.59, there's some playability there. 10.9 yard ADOT. He's operating down the field a little bit. 4.2 targets a game is not nothing. 1 touchdown on the season. He's come on a little bit lately. 6 catches for 66 and his touchdown in week 4, but then dipped to just 15 routes run last week. 21 snaps with the offense, caught 1 ball for 8 yards. I think if memory serves, he came out of that game for a minute. Yeah, shoulder injury. Not on the injury report. He practiced all week, but came out last week with a shoulder injury. So that's what cut into the snap number. Presumably healthy, presumably filling his usual role as the number 2 receiver on this offense, but you're talking about a very limited offense. You also get 4.2 targets a game going in the direction of Jonathan Mingo. Last week he picked up 5. Jatavian Sanders at the tight end position, filling in for Tommy Tremble, gets involved every now and again. He also picked up 5 targets last week, but averages just 2.2 and has done nothing at all with them. You get a little bit more productivity out of Mingo. 8.7 yard ADOT. He's garnering 15.28% of the air yards so far, putting up 5.7 yards per target to the 3.7 that the second string tight end is giving you. Legette at 7.2 yards per target has been the most effective out of those 3 guys, and he's the only one with a touchdown. Miles Sanders in the backup running back role, just carrying the ball 5.4 times a game, 3.6 yards per rush attempt. He does have a touchdown on the board. He does have a minimal amount of involvement, 2.8 targets a game, so call it 3 targets and 5 carries, 8 to 10 on the outside potential touches. Really not appealing. The Thomases, Cokers, Moores, and Blackshears of the world we don't really have to worry about. Couple of targets going in the direction of Coker every now and again. Moore 1.4 a game, Coker 2.5 a game. Coker picked up 4 targets last week, caught 4 of them for 68 yards, had 1 target in week 4, didn't play the first 3 weeks. David Moore has 3 targets last week, caught 2 of them for 13 yards, hadn't been targeted since week 2, and has only run a handful of routes and played a handful of snaps throughout the season. And then Blackshear's primarily playing on special teams. The team that's actually interesting here, Atlanta, unfortunately. Their rank is stacked 4 on DraftKings by points, stacked 2 by points per dollar, 5 across the board on FanDuel. Definitely going to be owned, playable. I fall short of wanting to say critical because I question Carolina's ability to really hang in this game enough that Atlanta's going to need to go off for a big score. So you got to deal with that, which kind of leads me just toward maybe you mash down the Bijan pedal a little bit. Ranks as running back 2 by points, 1 by points per dollar on DraftKings, 3.8 on FanDuel. For the season, Bijan carrying the ball 13.4 times a game, putting up 4.3 yards per attempt. He's got a rushing touchdown on the board, gaining a little bit more after contact than he does before contact, 1.9 before, 2.4 after contact per attempt. Definitely the primary weapon in their running game, but boy, I wish he was also getting these 6 and change carries that go to Tyler Algier every game. Algier, very good, deserving of those carries, but it definitely bites into Bijan. 5.4 yards per attempt for Algier, though. You cannot deny that he deserves a few touches a game. You could even argue that he deserves more touches a game. But I kind of wish they were going in Bijan's direction. Bijan draws more targeting, 3.8 targets a game to the 1.2 going in Algier's direction. Neither player has scored on the ground. Both guys drawing negative A dot, both guys operating around the line of scrimmage when they're in the receiving game and then trying to make things happen. Explosive ability for both running backs. It's just a little bit of a split situation in terms of the involvement on the ground. Once we get into the red zone, it's also fairly evenly split through the season. Bijan picked up 3 red zone carries last week. He had 4 in week 3. Algier had 1 last week, 2 in week 3, 4 in week 2. It's just who's got the fresh legs once they're in there. How do they get down the field? But you can mix in Algier. He gives you a little bit more. He's not like a Miles Sanders where there's just not enough volume to support it and not enough ability. Algier's a little better than that. Projects out better than that. Obviously has tons of opportunity rushing against Carolina as well. The real benefit of playing Carolina, though, is the 8.1 yards per pass attempt that they're allowing. That ranks 27th against the run. Just 4.3 yards is like average, middle of the league kind of number. But against the pass, they've been very weak. They're only generating a 13% pressure rate. They've only come up with 6 sacks on the season. That's a 4% sack rate. It ranks 30th out of 32 teams. Their interception rate is middle of the league, ranks 14th, 2.08% interception rate. So Kirk Cousins should have every opportunity to have a day. Ranks 10th by points on DraftKings, 11th on FanDuel, 8th and 7th by points per dollar. He's a little bit cheap for the upside. Projects out pretty well, has clear path into the 20s as far as ceiling numbers go. Good options to throw to. Drake London's a talented receiver who ranks very well. 4.5 by points, 2.4 by points per dollar across sites. Darnell Mooney has seen some significant involvement lately. Kind of badmouthed him the last time out. I won't make that mistake again. Mooney last time out, after I said he wasn't that good, caught 9 passes for 105 yards, 2 touchdowns. Oof. Showed me up. He must be a viewer. Steve Leibowitz calling for the Chubbies for Chuba. Lone Wolf's here. What's going on, buddy? Andy's here. Good to see everybody. Hit the like button if you haven't already. Hit the subscribe bell if you haven't already. Just a few folks here hanging out. Everybody is going to catch up over the weekend. And let's see. We can save this. Close that. Get it out of the way. Falcons defense. I saw something ranked number 1 down here, and I was worried that it was Kyle Pitts. But it isn't. Falcons defense. Falcons D makes a ton of sense against Carolina here. I don't think I need to sell that one too hard. They've been effective enough. .4 yards allowed per rush attempt, 6.4 yards per pass attempt. Both in the top half of the league. The 6.4 yards per pass attempt ranks 8th and takes away a lot of the upside for what Carolina might be looking to do with Andy Dalton. Just minimal sack rate, though. Just a 3.18% sack rate and just a 1.97% interception rate. So they haven't done a ton of DFS scoring, but they'll have the opportunity to do so this week. In terms of those wideouts, so Mooney had a very solid day this past week. He and London been the 1-1A, 8.8 targets going to London, but 8 targets going in Mooney's direction. So he's highly, highly involved, operating on a 12.3 yard A dot, garnering 37.4% of the air yards, a little bit more air yards on a deeper A dot than Drake London. They both got 3 touchdowns on the season. It's a lot of upside there. London last game caught 12 of 13 passes for 154 yards and a touchdown. And that's again with Mooney catching 9 balls for 105 and 2 touchdowns. And you can see the target numbers. This is last week. 13 targets for London, 16 targets for Mooney. And they still had enough to throw 9 balls in Ray Ray's direction. McLeod caught 6 of 9 for 66 yards in that one. All right, but surely there wasn't enough left for Kyle Pitts. But no, Kyle Pitts caught 7 of 8 for 88 yards. That's all because Kirk Cousins threw the ball 58 times in that game. 4 touchdown passes, 500 yards. Monster performance. Not promising we come back with one of those, but there's a lot of upside. That was the day we've been looking for from Cousins when we've been talking about him all through the season. And finally came through. That was the game I was looking for based on the 6 games that he put up before getting hurt last year, where 4 of them were over 300 yards, and he was playing really well. It's still in there, and if he gets that kind of volume, he can absolutely spike another day like that. Overall, throwing the ball 35 times a game is more than enough, completing 67% of his passes, nearly 275 yards a game, 8 touchdowns against 5 interceptions, a 7.3 intended air yards per attempt, 7.8 yards per attempt. It's a pretty premium option at the quarterback position. They're going to be popular this week, justifiably so. But I like the way that you can mix and match some talent here. Kyle Pitts draws 4.6 targets a game. He's put up a 8.4 yards per target. He's got 1 touchdown on the board, 7.7 yard A dot. But with the ability for Ray McLeod to catch one, break a big play, make things happen. The ability to have Darnell Mooney potentially out-target Drake London on deeper opportunities and potentially draw those touchdown looks. There are ways to diversify your shares of Atlanta stacks. There are plenty of weapons on this team. It's a pretty clear cut line, though. Once you get there, you're dealing with only a couple of targets all season. Hodge, 2 targets that both came last week. He did score. 67 yards and a touchdown last week. Ran 10 routes. He's run 13 routes all season. 2 the week before, 1 the week before that. Had the big fumble recovery in the end zone for special team score as well. That was the week before. But, got a little bit of a bonus, I guess, for doing that. The involvement is minimal for Kadarrell Hodge. He draws a little bit of a projection. It's just a dart throw. But he's the guy to throw the dart with. You can see he's a couple points ahead of those other guys. 50s, 60s ranked. Not exactly super appealing. Nothing from down this direction, just backups there. On this side, you'll see Ian Thomas is potentially going to make his season debut. But probably will just function as the backup. Thomas has been practicing on a limited basis. Tommy Tremble still dealing with a concussion. Don't know if he practiced today, but he wasn't practicing through the week. And then Sanders presumably operating as the number 1 again. He caught 3 of 5 last week. Not a ton of involvement. So really you're limited to, I'd say like Mingo up if you're inclined to go toward Carolina. Atlanta's a lot deeper, a lot more to work with. Most likely bonus guy. You got to go Bijan. Actually, no. I'm going to unwind that. I'm going to one of the receivers. I forgot. I had it the other way around in my head. The 8.1 is against the pass. So we'll go to, let's give it a Mooney. See if I can jinx him after inspiring him last week. Darnell, if you're out there, I love you. I'm going to have you in my lineup. Have another big game. That's about it from this one. We'll skip over the Giants and Cincy for now. We'll go to another ugly game with Cleveland and Philly. Oh, God. Hang on. Whatever's on the TV in the corner over here features Lena Dunham, and I just literally don't want to even know that she's like on the screen over there. I just changed the channel. Everybody in Hollywood, I think she's the person I can stand the least. Just the worst. Right? I'm not crazy, right? Lena Dunham sucks. I don't think she's even relevant anymore. Whatever that was must have been from 5-10 years ago. But man, that girl sucks. And I'm a pretty liberal dude. And I know a lot of people out there like, oh, you're just thinking of like her character from the show and like she was playing a girl who sucked. That show Girls. And no, she sucks. She's worse than her character was. I get that the character was supposed to be shitty. Anyway, speaking of shitty, Deshaun Watson. How's that for a transition? He is the Lena Dunham of quarterbacks. Minimal projection. If I could have squashed it lower, I would have. Ranks 16-15 on DraftKings, 18-17 on FanDuel. The Browns don't really rank as a stack. 17-19 on DraftKings, 19-19 across the board on FanDuel. I do think you've got a little playability maybe around just one-offing the receivers in other lineups. But it just comes down to, can Deshaun get them the ball? He's thrown 5 touchdowns against 3 interceptions. He's gained just 170 yards per game through the air, completing 60% of 35 pass attempts per game. And as we highlighted a couple weeks ago, 4.8 yards per pass attempt. There's just nothing here. 3.1 air yards per attempt, 7.3 intended air yards is fine, but when you're only completing the short ones, it doesn't really matter what your intent is on the deep ones. Really, really limiting. He's run the ball a couple of times a game, gaining 5.2 yards per attempt on 5 carries a game, puts you in the 25-26 yard range. He's scored a rushing touchdown, but limited. I think you're nuts if you go to Deshaun Watson, even against a gettable Philly defense. Philly's D this year, allowing 5 yards per rush attempt, ranks 28th, 7.3 yards per pass attempt, ranks 22nd. They've only gained a 15.9% pressure rate. They've only come away with 6 sacks on the season, just 2 interceptions. This is a gettable Philly D. It's just, I don't think you get much out of the quarterback. Could be wrong. Maybe he found a new massage place and found a way to relax in Cleveland, but doesn't seem like the case. Philly's numbers rank the sack rate 4.23%, ranks 29th. The interception rate 1.47 is 21st. And then, the rush rate 28th. And the 7.3 yards per pass attempt is 22nd. This is a not good Philly defense. So, yeah, I could see Amari Cooper catching a few passes, having a decent day. Same thing for Jerry Jeudy. I like both of those receivers. I wish they were in better situations. We have just pulling up the injuries for Cleveland's ground game. So Ford, Foreman, and Strong all off of the injury report. Nick Chubb coming out. Is he still in here? Or did I take him out already? Nick Chubb came out in the last update. Couldn't remember if I pulled him out of the last one. He was potentially going to be back, but didn't make it all the way back. But all of Ford, Foreman, and Pierre Strong off the injury report going to be active. It leads me to Ford as the lead back there. He ranks in the 20s. Even that, not all that appealing. Once we get into the 20 range with running backs where you really only need 2 of them, maybe 3, it's not like wide receiver where you need 3 of them, maybe 4, and the deeper down the board guys are more involved. 5.2 yards per rush attempt on under 10 carries a game. He is an interesting runner when they put the ball in his hands, but they haven't put the ball in his hands enough. He's got 1 rushing touchdown on the season. He is involved in the passing game, 4.6 targets a game, catching 4 of them a game, but just minimal output, 3.8 yards per target. He's just the recipient of some bad dump-off passes from Deshaun Watson on this 3.1 air yards, 4.8 yards per pass attempt. But that's really all it's been. So the upside for anything Cleveland is a little bit limiting. For the receivers, we've got 2 touchdowns for Amari on this season. Jerry Jeudy's got 1. They both operate down the field, 12.7 yard ADOT and 11.8 yard ADOT for Jeudy. 30% of the air yards there, 51.7% of the air yards there. That's obviously 2 very significant receivers as far as where they're trying to complete those passes to. You get a very limited David Njoku. You get Elijah Moore over here, who's just operating on a 5-yard ADOT, catches the ball underneath and tries to make something happen with his explosive big play ability. Just hasn't really done that yet this season. 4.2 yards per target, drawing 4.4 targets a game, putting up less than 20 yards a game. Hasn't scored yet this year. Jordan Akins scored a receiving touchdown last week. Akins. Yeah, so Njoku came back, played 25 snaps, ran 21 routes, caught 1 of 3 targets for 14 yards, and then Akins caught his only touchdown of the season in that game with Njoku coming back because, obviously, 18 snaps, he ran 10 routes, caught 3 of 3 for 22 yards and a touchdown, was targeted a couple times in the games with Njoku out, primarily in week 3 against the Giants. 7 targets, caught 4 of them for 29 yards, but the only significant output is the touchdown that came last week when Njoku came back. I don't think you go back to the well with Akins. Njoku was banged up again, though, this week. So if he doesn't play, and I'll see if his status has changed. He's actually off the injury report, so we can scratch the if he doesn't play part. You don't have to worry about Jordan Akins. Does make Njoku appealing in any kind of Cleveland shares that you're getting to. The issue becomes, though, I don't think I want to go Watson +2. So you're probably just stretching for, some Watson Cooper shares, some Watson Jeudy shares, some Watson Njoku shares. As far as that goes, or as far as just standalone tight end shares go, he's not bad. 8-8 across the board on DraftKings, 9-8 on FanDuel. But remember, just like I was saying about wide receivers and running backs before, with tight end, we're really only looking for one of them. So if you rank 8th, you're not the most playable of guys. There is a scale to these things at each position. So just something to consider. Cleveland's defense not going to be a factor here. They're just going to be a pushover for Philly. Down the depth chart, I don't think you'd dabble with a split situation between Strong and Donta Foreman here. Cedric Tillman's not going to give you any kind of volume, doesn't rank out for anything. Has drawn 1 target a game, catching under 1 ball a game, 1.2 yard ADOT for 1.03% of their air yards. The interesting team here, obviously, the Philadelphia Eagles, favored by 9.5, 42.5 point total. It does carve it up in a weird way where, again, if Deshaun Watson's not out there making things happen, then there's really not much reason for Philly to keep the accelerator down for the entire game. I could see a big first half from Philly and then coasting through the second. That should spell some ongoing upside in the second half for Saquon, which is a plus. Philly's got a 26-point implied total, just 16.5 points on the Cleveland side. So if Philly gets up by that 10 points, it's going to be dicey as far as whether they really need to keep on scoring. But Saquon looks terrific. He projects out as one of the top running backs, actually first by points on both sites, 6 by points per dollar on both sites. The Philly stack by points ranks first on both sites, 5th by points per dollar on DraftKings, 4th by points per dollar on FanDuel. They're going up against the defense, allowing that's also, just like their defense is, allowing 5 yards per rush attempt to rank 29th. 28th, 29th, obviously those are tied, but that's not how this does it. So there is a little bit of leeway. That's why I don't love the pure just ranking number. Against the pass, Cleveland's allowing 6.7 yards per pass attempt. I got lost in these numbers. I was like 11 yards per pass attempt. That couldn't be right. 6.7 yards per pass attempt. Not nothing, but that does rank 11th in football. There's another spot where it is a little bit of a logjam, and it's important, as I've said a number of times, to remember that 6.7 to 7.3 yards per attempt. Yes, there's a couple feet involved there, but it's not a gigantic difference. That's the difference between being 11th ranked and 22nd ranked. It's important to keep perspective on those things when we're just talking about the pure yards per attempt number. There's a lot of other numbers out there that can help inform different things about the nature of those defenses. So with all this ability to run against this team, why not take the best running back in football? And I mean that sincerely. Love the Giants fans that are out there like, yeah, Saquon's gone, but we got Neighbors now. He's our big... Imagine if we had them both. Imagine how good Daniel Jones would look if he had them both. But no. Now we've got Devin Singletary. Sometimes. I'm not bitter. Not at all. 18.3 attempts per game, gaining 6 yards per rush attempt. 108 yards per game. 4.3 before contact, 1.7 after contact. Scored on the ground 4 times already this season. He's also got a receiving touchdown on the board this season. Just drawing 3.8 targets a game. Operating on a 3.1 yard ADOT. So he gets out a little bit. Not entirely behind the line of scrimmage or at the line of scrimmage. But not a big downfield operator either. But Saquon is absolutely tremendous in basically every facet of the game, and they're feeding him plenty of volume. Philly's coming off of a bye, so presumably plenty of time to prepare, game plan for this. Probably going to be operating on a script for the first possession, and I imagine that a lot of that script will just dial up Saquon runs. 10 carries for 84 yards against Tampa Bay before the bye. He also caught 2 of 4 receiving for 32 more yards, so we were over 100 yards from scrimmage. Has 2 pure 100-plus yard rushing games, both of which came with 2 touchdowns, one in week 3, one in week 1. 95 yards on 22 carries in week 2, added 21 yards on 4 catches that week. So we've been over 100 yards from scrimmage in 4 of 4 games as a Philadelphia Eagle so far. Remind me, that's good, right? Like if you were the general manager of a football team, that's the sort of thing you might be interested in. A generational talent at position who desperately wants to stay on your football team and become a Hall of Famer with your team. Sure, yeah, let's let that guy go. Schmuck. Oh, God, I hate our general manager. And the last one. Gettleman was awful, too. A.J. Brown back in the fold and Devonta Smith. Eagles going to be operating at full capacity. Not that they're going to need it. This is a game where they're only going to need to take out so much. But getting both these guys back, definitely an uptick for this offense. Hurts completing 22.5 of 33 pass attempts per game, 68%. Just 232 yards a game and 4 touchdowns against 4 interceptions. Obviously not ideal output so far for Hurts. He's also run 2 in. He's got that upside on any given slate where they just pick him up and throw him through the brick wall, through the defensive line like the Kool-Aid man mashing through a brick wall. There's plenty of upside there. He's got a monster projection this week. I think he's number 2 to Lamar at the position. No, excuse me. He's number 2. Number 2 points, number 1 points per dollar. That's probably just the exact reverse for Lamar. Both those quarterbacks look pretty fantastic in their matchups this week. AJ didn't play week 4, and then they had the bye week. He caught 7 balls exactly in each of the first 3 weeks. Was targeted 10 times in weeks 2 and 3. 8 targets in week 1. Oh, I'm sorry. That was Devonta. This is Devonta. AJ's been out, missed the 3 weeks. He played week 1, caught 5 of 10 for 119 yards and a touchdown. In the one game, that amounted to a 10.8 yard ADOT on his 10 targets. Smith operating on a 10.8 yard ADOT to match. 35.7% of the air yards going in his direction so far on 9.3 targets a game. He's been out there more and again caught 7 balls exactly in each of the first 3 games. Just 1 touchdown on the board for him. Just 1 for AJ in the one game. Saquon a receiving touchdown. And then the 4th one goes to Paris Campbell down the board, who probably gets pushed more to the fringes. John Dotson will be the more involved 3rd receiver in the passing game, but Dallas Goedert will be the 3rd actual look, the 3rd read target. 7 targets a game going in Goddard's direction. 10.8 yards per target, pretty solid, putting up 75 yards per game. Hasn't gotten in the end zone, but has had some decent days. Most notably, the week 3, 10 catches for 170 yards on 11 targets. But then came off of that one against Tampa Bay, caught 7 balls for 62 yards, 7 of 8. 2 pretty decent games in a row there for the tight end. Philly's defense is going to be in play, regardless of the fact that they've been kind of paper mache as far as allowing yardage and not really generating a big pressure rate, not really coming away with many sacks or picks or anything. Against this team, that can change in a hurry. So I do think Philly's defense will be playable. They're only 34-48 across sites. They rank 2nd by points, 7th and 9th by points per dollar. So it puts them on the board. Kenny Gainwell, just a couple of carries here and there. If you're just trying to pick off something for, minimal dart throw kind of value, if you have the expectation that, all right, Philly blows this one open and they're going to spell Saquon once we get into the second half, they're not even going to make him carry the ball to burn the clock, then maybe Kenny gets involved a little bit. But we're talking currently about 1 and change carries a game, 3.4 yards per carry. He's been very, very limited. 5 carries all season. He's been out there playing. It's a handful of snaps each game. He's run some routes, drawn a couple targets, but minimal 2-3 touches a game. Everybody else down here, Campbell's drawn 2 targets a game, but again, with everybody back in the fold, I don't think we're dipping into that well. Didn't play in week 1. Week 2, 6 routes run, no targets. Then went up to 29 and 27 routes in weeks 3 and 4. Couple of targets, couple of catches, and the touchdown. But again, very limited talent anyway. And grossly mispriced at $5,200 on your FanDuel slate. Dotson's your guy. Not that Dotson's been any good. 2.3 targets a game. Failed to score. 6.3 yard ADOT. Hasn't been over 2 catches. Peaked at 11 yards in week 4. 2 of 4 catches. Dotson's really not good. But he is probably going to be your next man up after the 2 primaries, Saquon and the tight end. So technically the 5th man in that mix, but the 3rd at the wide receiver position. Nothing down this direction to talk about. The Johnny Wilsons and the Will Shipleys of the world. Saquon, easily your most likely bonus guy. There's a couple candidates from Philly, though. Smith could get there. AJ could get there. Hurts could get his quarterback bonus. There's all sorts of directions to go there. On the Cleveland side, a lot less so. But again, I do, as standalone guys, I do think there's at least a little bit of any given slate upside in Amari Cooper. There's a little bit of any given slate upside in Judy, a little bit in David Njoku. Zamir, are we cruising through this slate? Hour 18? I feel like the whole first part of the show, the Vegas breakdown and the windup, took longer than we've done those, 4 games now in? Steven says, I enjoy when you're apoplectic. Appreciate you, buddy. A.J. Brown is the better option this week, not Smith. I would argue that A.J. Brown is the better option every week that they're both on the field, Chris. He's the better player. No question about that. If I said it the other way around, I did not mean it that way. But yeah, AJ is the 1 to Smith's 1A. But that is a true, 1-1A kind of a tandem. Smith's a very good receiver. Let me close up some of these tabs so I can navigate a little bit quicker. And then we'll get into Detroit at Dallas, an actually high-end game on both sides. 52-point total to work with. Solid for DFS. Should be a fun game to watch. Detroit scoring 26 points a game, ranks 8th. Dallas scoring 23.4 points a game, ranks 15th. Dallas is giving up 24.2, that ranks 22nd. They've allowed 4.4 yards on the ground, 7.1 yards per attempt through the air. 7.1% sack rate and a 2.78% interception rate for Dallas. All of that lands just kind of in the middle of the league. They're gettable. They haven't been doing as much DFS scoring as they did last season. Detroit ranks 10th. They've only allowed 20.5 points a game, 4.4 yards per attempt on the ground, and 7.0 yards per attempt through the air, though. Both of those rank 14th. Their 6.51% sack rate ranks 25th. Their 2.53% interception rate ranks 12th. So there's nothing overly special about what they've been doing defensively outside of the fact that they really haven't allowed too many touchdowns, not too many scores. But I do think they're gettable for a talented Dallas team. I think they're gettable enough on defense. Jake Ferguson ranks number 1 across the board at the tight end position. CD ranks number 1 by points on DraftKings, number 2 on FanDuel at the wide receiver position, 5 and 10 by points per dollar. Dak loses a little bit on points per dollar, but he's a top 5 QB by points on DraftKings, lands 6 by points on FanDuel. There's a lot of playability on Dallas' side, and there's a ton of it on the Detroit side. Like I talked about earlier, I have no issues with either side of that two-headed beast at the running back position. Both of those guys tend to score. You can see how they rank out. They both project great. They've both been hitting their marks this season. A part of why this stack ranks out so well. They've got a tremendous wide receiver 1, got a pretty solid wide receiver 2, a very high-end tight end, still looking to really get his season going. There's a lot to work with on both sides of the ball here. Our number 1 and number 2 tight end are in this game. 3 on FanDuel. Who slipped in between, I wonder? Things we don't need to take time to look up. Was it McBride? Yeah. So Ferguson 1-1, McBride 2 by points, 3 by value on FanDuel. Laporta 3 by points, 2 by value. Living in a golden age of tight ends. A lot of scoring from the position. Dak for the season, completing 65% of his 38 pass attempts per game. That's enough volume for me. As I've said in most of the shows we've done, 32 to 35 attempts per game is usually what I'm looking to bullseye. So if you're giving me 38, anything over 35, absolutely no-brainer. 284 and change yards per game. He's thrown 8 touchdowns against just 4 interceptions. 8 intended air yards per attempt, completing 7.5 yards per pass attempt. Dak's high end, and he's got a great receiver to work with in CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee's drawing 8 targets a game. He picked up 9 last week, catching 5 of them for 75 yards a game, 9.2 per target on a 9.5 yard average depth of target, 25 and change percent of the air yards. Only 2 touchdowns on the season so far, but that can change in a big hurry. He could come out of this week with 5. 5 catches for 62 yards on 9 targets last week, 7 of 8 the week before for 98 yards and a touchdown. Hasn't been over 100 yards yet this season. Kind of noteworthy. Not that there's anything really predictive about that. It's just kind of looking at the results, but it's noteworthy that he's fallen short. By week 6 last year, he only had 1 last year, 143 yards in week 2. Actually, he had a really slow start last year. I didn't remember that. In weeks 1, 3, 4, and 5, he caught just 4 balls in each of those weeks last year on less than 7 targets each week. The week 2 game, he caught 11 of 13 for 143. And then in this week's game last year, he caught 7 of 7 for 117. And then went on an absolute tear. So if week 6 is the point at which he takes off again this season, you're going to want to be involved. I could see it happening. 7 for 117 in week 6 last year. Then they had a bye week 7. And then 3 games in a row over 150 yards with 11 plus targets in each game. 3 touchdowns across those weeks. And then went on a tear of touchdown scoring through the second half. After their week 7 bye last year, he had 11 touchdowns, 7 games over 100 yards, a 200-yard game, 6 games of more than 10 catches. 3 17 target games. All but 2 games were double-digit target games. He has the ability to just absolutely morph into a total beast out there. So I want to be early rather than late. I think it makes a lot of sense to get invested in some CeeDee Lamb this week. Jake drawing 7.5 targets a game as the nominal number 2 receiver in this offense right now. High-end tight end option. He caught 6 of 7 last week for 70 yards. He caught 7 of 7 the week before for 49. 6 of 11 for 95 the week before that. Hasn't been in the end zone. Hasn't been in the end zone yet this season. Not the deepest target in the world, just a 5.7 yard ADOT, but we're just looking for volume and we're looking for scoring upside. We're looking for some red zone targeting. He's only been targeted in the red zone once this season. Came in week 1. I'd like to see a few more looks once we get in close. Ferguson last year, looks like about 29, 30 targets in the red zone through the season. In a season where he was targeted a total of 102 times. It's fairly significant. So the fact that he hasn't been targeted in the red zone that much this season doesn't really dissuade me from wanting to get to a pretty big chunk of Jake Ferguson in this passing game as well. 2 touchdowns through the air for Rico Dowdle so far. 2 to Jalen Tolbert so far. He's taken a step forward in this offense. He's drawn 5.8 targets a game, but went up to 10 last week. 49 yards per game, 8.5 per target on a 12.7 yard ADOT. Definitely an interesting receiver now. Tolbert had 7 catches for 87 yards and a TD last week on his 10 targets. That was a big step up in class. He hadn't been targeted in double digits all season, just 5 and 3 the 2 weeks before that. Had 9 targets back in week 2, caught 6 of them for 82 yards in his second biggest game of the season. 2 touchdowns on the year. Definitely going to be the third man up in terms of the volume for the foreseeable future in this passing attack, though. Kevonta Turpin just drawing 2.6 targets a game, putting up 8.1 yards per target because he's a dynamic, skilled kind of a guy once you put the ball in his hands. He's got a touchdown on the season. Jalen Brooks at just 1.6 targets a game, operating on a 14-yard ADOT. A little bit of a home run threat there, but they really haven't gone that direction much. Caught 1 of 1 for 10 yards last week. Had exactly 1 catch in each of the first 3 games. 3 targets apiece in weeks 2 and 3. So just limited on volume once we get down to this level. Not really much of a projection to work with there. In terms of the ground game, I think we're just leaning into Rico at this point. 10.8 rushes a game for 4.1 yards per rush attempt. Zeke really struggling to find any kind of quality. He's carried the ball 6 times a game, just 3.3 yards per rush attempt. 6 carries last week for 17 yards, 5 the week before for 19, 3 the week before that for 6. Had 10 carries for 40 yards and a touchdown in week 1 and probably should have just retired after that game. That's about it. Rico has seen his snap count increase as the season has gone on. He's seen his carry count increase, his potential touches increase. Went all the way up to 20 carries last week. Week before he had 11. 87 yards on the ground last week. He added 2 of 2 receiving. 27 yards through the air with a touchdown. Had a receiving touchdown the week before as well. So a steady increase in volume for Rico, who came into the season as the guy from this team that just should have started with that kind of volume and should have just been the number 1 from the get-go. But came into the season with a fair amount of buzz. Ended up on a bunch of my teams as a later round pick. So it's nice to see him picking up a little bit of volume. Dustin's here. Dustin asks, Terry, can you offer any kind of lineup builder tool? Stochastic has a sim lineup builder, but I'm looking for something more simple for hand building 3 max and 20 max. So yeah, I've been thinking about what I can do as far as tools and things that are handy to have, but kind of low effort. Not going to require me to maintain like a big thing on a server and like, not to the level of like a Ace Mind or a Fantasy Cruncher, let's say. But being able to provide something as a just little one-off file that would have like this, right? I would have one for DraftKings and then a separate one for FanDuel, or maybe two separate tabs. And then I would have like an instructions tab that tells you what you need to update each time. And it would be almost exactly like this. It'd be like, all right, paste the salary here. Make sure that you don't delete, well, it's only here. Make sure that you don't delete this column. Paste your salary table here. Copy your player list from there to here and paste the salaries there. Don't fuck with anything in here where the lookups are. It would be that kind of a tool. And I was thinking that I could do that for the lineup builders, basically for every sport, because this is easy enough to set up. Worst case, I could provide instructions on how to build one of these. And then I was thinking the old school sorting tables, which, have kind of gone out of vogue with the rise of the sim tools and everything, and these mass multi-lineup builders. But I actually still like quite a bit because it gives you granular control and it gives you the ability to run through those sims and then take your top 500 or whatever and then drop them in and refine even further and put a little bit of a manual touch on. So I was thinking that, yeah, I could probably do something like that. It's not going to be today. It's probably not going to be ready for this weekend, Dustin. But yeah, I think I can get something like that together. And then it would just give you the ability to, click lineups together. And it's clunky and manual like you see on shows, but you can get there, right? Whoops. I don't know why I'm even bothering clicking these guys in. You guys have all seen me do this before, and we weren't going to get anywhere with that showdown slate. But yeah, I could do that, and then do I even have a... Does this not... Oh, that's right. There's no... Yeah, that's in the other sheet. I could show you what I'm talking about. Hang on. Ooh, maybe not. The hell is that other NFL sheet? Now, you see, now I'm yet another rabbit hole. This is what I get for saying we were making good time before. Oh, I forgot this is a big file. If the show dies, stick around. I'll be right back. But I don't think it's going to die. Just wanted to say that because this is a bigger file than I thought. It's just one of these old Excel files that takes a little bit to open up here. Let's see what we do. Meanwhile, while we're waiting for this to open in the background so that I can show the sorting tab, now it just popped up in front of my eyes, of course, so I was going to do a little transition there. All right, just real quick, let me show you what I mean by sorting table. So it would be something like this, where build out lineups and you just drop a giant pool of lineups in here. This is from, I think, 2 weeks ago. Right? But I mean, there's 1,400 and change lineups in there. Right? And what it does is we've got our different ranking criteria over here. And I've done videos in the former life, back at formerly awesome sites. We used to do some videos explaining how to set these things up. But basically what it's doing is you drop, lineup 1 here, right? And it's pulling in lookups for each player. Right? So we strip off the player numbers. We get the same repeat of that lineup there, right? And then we've got these lookups here. So this is looking up the projection average, which this specific sheet has a bunch of other tabs that are calculating out some of these different things. But it's pulling the average and then totaling for all those players. And then like it's used to be Awesemo projections, but now this one would have been RG projections. And it's same thing. It's running the individuals and then providing a total. And you can put as many sources as you want in here. You can just use one source, whatever you want to do. My projections. There's a consensus that wasn't populated for this one. This is a column where I use Fantasy Pros. So it's if you want to create like an aggregate projection for a sort, you can use multiples, or you can just use one. Drop ownership in there, have it calculate the uniques. And then there's different tools that I had in here for stacking that I haven't used recently. And then you just set it with the sort that I did the other day. I had 45% weight going toward my projections, 15% toward ownership, and then just a little spread across the average, the RG projections and the Fantasy Pros consensus projections. And it creates a lineup score, and then you rank it, and then you just pull your lineups. So it's just yet another way of sorting through a large pool of lineups. But like I was saying, the reason I still think that tools like this, legacy tools, let's call them, have some value, is once you get to that stop point with AceMind, you've got your big pool of lineups. If you don't want to just take that full 150 off the top, where you're, all right, yeah, I've gained my ROI advantage on this specific player, these specific lineups, and I'm 80% Geno Smith. Maybe I want to pull that back and acknowledge that Geno's a great player where I want to be over the field and so on and so forth, but be more in the 40% range. That's where a tool like this, where you can get a little bit more granular control, comes in. If this was, actually I do have it. There's all sorts of stuff built off. I have one of these for baseball, and there's all sorts of stuff built off to the side here where it's doing all different kinds of lookups for the stack types and the combinations and everything. And the reason I mentioned that is because this is showing the percentage, the exposures across all lineups and then across the top 150 here. And what you can do there is if you build in another column here, you can just add a tweak so that you can say, all right, make the lineup score the way that it calculates and ranks all of those, and then throw in a plus, whatever I say for Justin Fields. So I want to bump up Justin Fields, and I'll go +5 for any lineup that includes Justin Fields, and then it'll artificially bump those lineups up. So there's a lot you can do with these tools. So the long answer there for Dustin is yes, I think we can provide some stuff, but it'll be a minute. Got to make a place for them to live up on the website and all of that. I got to actually build them. This one's pretty good. I could probably just forklift this one out, create some instructions. The baseball one is pretty good. The thing that I'm going to run into a issue with, and I'm now realizing as I'm saying that, though, is everything is built exclusively for FanDuel. So I'm going to have to replicate everything for DraftKings, which won't be that big a problem, but it'll be time consuming. You can see, like, for example, how long it takes this fucking file just to close. What's going on here? I said don't save. Why should this take this long? What's going to really suck is when this jams us up and I have to... there we go. I thought I was going to have to reopen the whole dashboard file. So, yeah, just some sneak preview of some of the exciting tools and content to come from RotoScouts. Check out the site, rotoscouts.com. Every single piece of content, every sport, every tool, every piece of content, and every data point under $1 a day for access to all of it. Weekly, monthly, and quarterly plans. It's all at the website. It's all happening right now. It's all happening, gang. Just like they say in Almost Famous, it's all happening. Amon-Ra St. Brown, predominant receiver at the top of the board on the Detroit side. 9.5 targets a game going in Amon-Ra's direction. He's got 2 touchdowns on the season. 7.7 yard ADOT, drawing 37% of the air yards. Another 42% going in Jameson's direction. So a big chunk of the air yards go to those 2 specific receivers. Jameson's drawing 6.3 targets a game. Comes in at a pretty fair price. 58.63 across sites. He ranks 28.40 on DraftKings, 33.39 on FanDuel. A little bit of a slip there in terms of his rank. But everybody else up here in the single digits, including both running backs, the tight end, Amon-Ra, and then Jared Goff slips in the mid-teens. He's only okay. Goff throwing the ball 31 times a game, completing 71% of his passes. You love the accuracy. I'd like to see a little bit more volume. If we could creep that up to like 35 attempts per game, we'd have a little bit more juice for the stacks. but decent enough numbers. 5 touchdowns against 4 interceptions, a 6.5 intended air yards, completing 8.2 yards per pass attempt for the season. Very, very solid with upside to come because Amon-Ra's off to a slow start. They haven't really fully hit their stride in the passing game. Amon-Ra just 45 yards on 6 catches last week, 75 yards on 7 the week before, but he got in the end zone both of those weeks. Had a big week for yardage and targets in week 2. He was targeted 18 times. He caught 11 of them for 119 yards, but didn't get in the end zone. That was coming off of a very light week 1. They're coming off the bye this week. Should be geared up for this game and come out of the gate with a plan for Amon-Ra to get the ball in his hands. So love the upside, love the scoring potential for the receiver. Samuel Laporta, just 4 catches for 53 in the week 4 game before the bye against Seattle. He ran 18 routes, targeted 4 times, caught them all. Has not been over, that 53 was his receiving high for the season. Hasn't found the end zone yet this season. 1 red zone target in week 1, 1 in week 4. Another player where presumably they spent the bye week figuring out, all right, we got to get Sammy the ball a little bit more. We got to start making some scoring happen in the passing game. So I like the upside for him coming out of the bye. Again, Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery are both excellent in the running back position. Montgomery scored a touchdown each of the first 4 weeks. 17 for 91 and a TD in week 1. 11 for 35, and he added 4 catches for another 35 yards. So 15 touches for 70 yards and a touchdown in week 2. 105 yards on the ground on 23 carries with a touchdown. Added 3 catches for 17 yards in week 3. Then just 12 carries in week 4, 40 yards and a TD, 1 catch for 40 more yards though. So that was another 80 yards from scrimmage on his 13 touches. Gibbs has bounced between 11 and 16 carries a game. Was the more frequently targeted of the 2 in weeks 1 and 2, but hasn't been targeted in the 2 weeks after that. Weeks 3 and 4, he went untargeted. Week 1, he was targeted 6 times, caught 4 of them for 34 yards, 7 of 7 catches for 22 yards in week 2. And then ran 12 routes in week 3. According to this, was untargeted, but somehow came away with 20 receiving yards and a touchdown. Did he catch a deflected pass? It's the only way I can think of that would come up where you're not the target but still ended up with receiving yards. More likely they just missed a target in there when they put the data together. Can and does happen. But definitely a very solid tandem of running backs. The one thing I don't like doing, as I've said before, is putting them both into a lineup. Even with their extreme upside for scoring and their ability to get in the end zone and their ability to both find decent yardage totals and decent touch totals, it's dicey to get them both. We've really only seen that work that one big Miami game. Maybe in a couple others that are escaping me, but it's very few and far between that 2 running backs from the same game, let alone the same team, end up getting there. They both can project that way. They both can hit those medians. I would give you the 15-ish points per man, but the idea of getting them both into like the upper 20s is really limited. So pick your favorite and go with it. Pick whichever one fits for ownership, whichever one fits for cost. If you're building a lot of Detroit stacks, which is totally viable with stack 5-8 on DraftKings and 6-8 on FanDuel. So rotate through them. Jameson came away with 2 catches, but had 80 yards and a touchdown in week 4 before the bye week. That was on just 2 targets, ran 20 routes. 24 routes and only picked up 3 targets in week 3. He only caught 1 of them for 9 yards. The usage got a little bit more limited in weeks 3 and 4. We'll see what it looks like coming back this week. Had 2 big weeks to start the season. 5 catches for 121 and a touchdown in week 1. 5 for 79 on 11 targets in week 2. I don't think we're looking at defense really in either side of this one. With a 52-point total, there's probably better directions to go. The Lions defense comes in at 2,800, 2,900. They rank 11-10 and 12-11 across sites. The Dallas defense ranks out worse than that, except for on FanDuel on the points per dollar. They do rank 7th because they're only 3,300, which is an exceptionally low price for a defense on FanDuel. Timmy Patrick, Khalif Raymond down the board. Patrick's out there running some routes. 10 routes last time out, caught 2 balls for 52 yards. 13 routes the week before, caught 1 of 1 for 8. 20 routes the week before that, was targeted 4 times, caught 2 of them for 12 yards. Khalif Raymond, limited targeting, 1 target last week, none the week before, 4 the week before that. 27 yards is his peak for the season. Brock Wright is a semi-involved backup tight end. He ran 12 routes in week 3, caught 4 passes for 34 yards. Ran 4 routes, caught 2 of 2 for 13 yards in week 4. That's his only actual output for the season. He was out there running some routes, but he only drew 1 target in week 1, none in week 2. That's more a showdown guy than it is a main slate guy. On a showdown, he catches that 1 ball, manages to get in the end zone, and you get 6-8 points out of him. Maybe it gets you there. On a main slate, that's probably not going to do the job at the tight end position. And then nobody really down depth chart. You gotta go. Boy. I'm gonna call it a tie. I'm gonna not only call it a tie, I'm gonna say they both get there. Double bonus, CeeDee Lamb, Amon-Ra St. Brown. Mark it down. How could I not? They're wide receiver 1, 2, 2, 3 by points. Wouldn't shock me if one or the other of the Detroit running backs got there. Maybe in a from scrimmage sense. Would shock me if pretty much anybody else got there from the Cowboys, honestly. It would be either Ferguson on pure just volume, 10, 12 catches to get there, or Tolbert on like a big play and 2 more catches. But CeeDee and Amon-Ra both get there. I like it. Houston and New England. New England turning to Drake May. Trying to find out what he's got. Probably a good idea. Spent a decent amount of draft capital on the kid. Checks in his QB 20 across the board on DraftKings. QB 22, 20 on FanDuel. In stack 2016 on DraftKings. 22-18 on FanDuel. I see no reason to play them. Limited reason to play them. It's going to be Antonio Gibson show at the running back position, which is just a total disaster in the year 2024. No Ramondre this week. Gibson's carried the ball. He's gained decent yardage, 5.9 yards per attempt on his 7 carries a game. He's put up 41 yards a game. Came here to catch passes from the running back position and really hasn't been all that targeted. 1.8 targets a game for 9.6 yards per target. But going to get the reins in his hands this week. It's probably the most appealing piece of the New England offense, which says a lot about how bad that offense is. He gained 52 yards on 6 carries last week. He caught 1 ball for 4 yards. Did have 3 catches for 67 yards on 4 targets in week 4. That was his best receiving game. Carried the ball 6 times for 12 yards in that one. 11 carries for 96 yards in week 2. That was his most productive game of the year. But just a limited aged up running back. He's going up against a defense that's allowing 4.8 yards per rush attempt to rank 25th, and they're limiting pass yardage to just 5.9 yards per pass attempt, which ranks 4th. So that's why I would say that Gibson would be the most playable thing from New England. But we're really stretching it. 16-12 by points per dollar on DraftKings, 16-10 by points and points per dollar on FanDuel. Limited playability in a points per dollar sense. I will point out that Jalen Polk is sitting at wide receiver 34 by points, but wide receiver 1 by points per dollar on DraftKings because he costs $3,600. Polk on the season drawing 3.8 targets a game, just putting up 3.9 yards per target. He's got 1 touchdown on the season. Had 1 catch for 13 yards last week. Had 3 catches for 30 yards the week before. That was on 7 targets. Last week was on 6 targets. His touchdown came in week 2. He had 2 catches for 12 yards and a TD that week. Has not been over the 30 yards that he put up in week 4. Has not been over the 3 catches that he put up in week 4. Has not been over the 7 targets that he saw that week. And that's their good receiver. That is... For 47 on FanDuel, he ranks 39-28. I'm clearly a lot more comfortable with that than I am with this. And it's really just this. He's very cheap at 3,600, but it's not great. If the projection comes down, that slips very, very quickly, even at 3,600. You might see that happen. I don't know if I'm comfortable leaving him there. The volume and the quality with which the ball is going to be delivered are such massive questions that I don't love leaving him hanging out there like that. Hunter Henry at the tight end position has drawn a few targets a game. So is Austin Hooper. KJ Osborne is dealing with a shoulder injury. It was questionable the last time I checked. He's been running 20 to 25 routes a week, but limited targeting. Picked up 5 targets, caught one of them for 3 yards in his most recent game. Demario Douglas, another limited receiver. He drew 9 targets in week 5, caught 6 of them for 59 yards, ran 29 routes that week. He's the nominal number 1, but that doesn't really gain you much. 7 catches for 69 yards in week 3 against the Jets was his season high. Hasn't been in the end zone through the air yet. These are just limited receivers. It's a different quarterback. You potentially get a bump there. 4.8 targets a game going to Demario Douglas. 3.8 going to Polk. 6.9 yard ADOT for Douglas. Polk is at least operating down the field on a 12.6. You had a 18 yard ADOT going to Tyquan Thornton, but he drew 1 target a game. And he's caught 2 of them. Both came in week 1, 27 yards. That was on 3 targets. He's drawn 2 targets since then, and he didn't catch either of them. He's run routes basically every game, but it's dwindled. Went from 21 to 19 to 11 to 5 down to 1 in week 5. So by that math, he'll run negative routes this week. He's just out there lined up running backward. Kendrick Bourne, Keyshawn Boutte. There's no real quality with any of that. JaMychal Hasty is the backup running back behind Antonio Gibson. I struggle to see anything worthwhile on the New England side, which is problematic because it does cut into the potential for Houston to really go off and do any kind of scoring. And I like Houston. I like CJ Stroud. I like Steph Diggs. Tank Dell's a good receiver. Dalton Schultz is a good tight end. They're not fully healthy. There's no Nico. There's no Joe Mixon. Or Mixon might be back. We'll keep an eye on that. I got to see what the latest on him is. But it's a Houston team that, as I said earlier in the show, they've struggled to score. They haven't been nearly as good as at least my expectations were for them. 20.4 points per game, ranks 19th. I mean, that's not even 3 touchdowns with extra points per game. It's light. They're giving up 22.8 per game. They run a significant pass volume. 61.1% pass plays. Ranks 9th. Stroud's been over 300 yards each of the last 2 games, which is a big plus. 2 touchdown passes in week 4. 1 touchdown pass last week. 28 of 38 that week. Looks like Mixon did practice today. Again, another limited practice. But that's 2 practices, Thursday and Friday. So we'll probably see Joe Mixon pop back into the projections. That would take away upside from Dameon Pierce. It would obliterate anything to do with Cam Akers, which is good. Pierce will be relegated to probably lower than what Akers' projection is there. But there will be some idea that he'll carry a little bit of the load. Mixon in week 1, his one fully healthy game, carried the ball 30 times for 159 yards and a touchdown. Caught 3 of 3 for 19 more yards. In week 2, he carried the ball just 9 times for 25 yards, but he only played 29 snaps that week. Caught 3 of 5 for 25 yards. Didn't play the last 3 weeks. A lot of involvement in the passing game, potentially significant involvement on the ground. They're going up against a defense that has allowed just 4.2 yards per rush attempt, though, ranks 7th, versus the 7.6 yards per pass attempt, which ranks 26th. They've only gained a 15.3% pressure rate this season. They've come away with 12 sacks, just 2 interceptions on the year. So it's the passing game that I'm more interested in. That sack rate ranks 20th, 6.74%. A 1.20% interception rate ranks 25th. It's a non-threatening defense. But give me some Stroud, Diggs, Dell, Schultze. I like that 4-man group as far as the receivers go. And honestly, it is a stack that, despite the low total, 38 points is nothing. A 7-point spread against a team that is just pathetic on offense and unlikely to stay in the game. I'm still really tempted to go to at least a little bit of Houston here, just with the upside of those players. And if people are going away from it, it does draw it a little bit back, you know? You can see it in the rankings. You can see it in the projections, where these guys land individually, where they land as a stack. It's probably overall a better situation individually than stacking them because you worry less. You don't need the full thing to go off. You don't need to sweat the 38-point total, the fact that New England will score 3 points in this game. Probably more like 6 or 9 points, but limited points. So maybe it's better as a Steph Diggs one-off, as a Dalton Schultz one-off. But I do think the stack is loosely playable. You can only take so much away from Houston, and their big roaring-to-life game hasn't really come yet. Diggs has been hovering in the 65 to 95 yard range. Hasn't cracked 100 yet on the season. 6 catches for 82 last week, 5 for 69 the week before that. 10 for 94 was his biggest game. That came in week 3. Hasn't scored, though, since the 2 touchdown game back in week 1. He caught 6 passes, 6 of 6 that week for 33 yards and 2 TDs. Presumably stepping into the number 1 shoes, with Tank Dell operating as the number 2. Tank last week coming off of a DNP, 4 catches on 4 targets, 38 yards. Hasn't scored yet this season, but a very capable receiver. Ranks out pretty well by projections, presumably going to be the lower owned of the 2. He's operating at a 10.3 yard ADOT. I do not remember what his real first name is. He's in here somewhere. Nathaniel? I think that's him. Yep. 16 well, whoever that is now gets Tank Dell's numbers. I'm pretty sure that's him. 16.7% of the air yards. Doesn't really matter. Has not gotten into the end zone. 2 times in the end zone for Diggs on 7.1 yard ADOT, drawing 8.2 targets a game so far. Presumably the targets are going to go up. The average depth might stay around the same, but he's going to draw looks in the end zone. He's going to be a featured weapon in this pass attack. Dalton Schultz drawing just under 5 targets a game, 7.4 yard ADOT. No touchdowns on the season yet for him. Red zone targeting, fairly limited so far. Just 2 targets in the red zone over 5 games. Kind of surprising there, but drawing regular targeting overall. 5 targets apiece in weeks 3 and 4, went up to 6 targets in week 5. Hasn't cracked 35 yards on the season yet, though. The output hasn't been good for Schultz. The hope there would be, potentially people are a little sour on the option in a weaker game. Maybe you get him at lower ownership. Bear with me 1 second. I'm going to kick off a new Ace Mine sim in the background. The DK one didn't get through. 118. I'm looking for a halfway decent tournament size. There we go. That one will work. 7 60 20 20 on the split. DraftKings, the cracked slate. The projections uploaded. It's a really great tool that the guys have built over at acemine.io. If you guys haven't used it, check them out. I believe they're still offering their free couple of days trial just right off the top. So if you've never used them, pull it up for this weekend. See what you think of the tool. Once you decide to buy it, promo code RotoScouts, all in caps, 20% off your first month. All right, I'm kicking that back off in the background. Hopefully that'll work out, and we'll be able to look at those in just a little bit. So yeah, Pierce will slide back down the board. He'll land at a mid-5s kind of a projection and be fairly irrelevant for this game. Maybe a little bit more than that, though, with the idea that he'll probably spell Mixon a little bit. Ogunbowale maybe picks up still a couple of targets. He has been targeted 3.2 times per game, so a little bit of an uptick in volume with Mixon out. I feel like he'll stay more involved than Akers will. It'll go Mixon with a little bit of involvement for Pierce as the primary backup, but then Ogunbowale getting involved on a couple of passing downs at least throughout the game. So he'll be out there. I don't know where Akers necessarily fits in at all. Xavier Hutchinson, I think it was Stephen Leibowitz mentioned him earlier. Dropping in at just 3,300, 4,900 across sites. You can see the difference, though. With the expectation of actual targeting, Jalen Polk for 36 ranks 34, but 1 by points per dollar. Whereas Xavier Hutchinson for 33 ranks 63 and 63 by points per dollar. 66, 66 across the FanDuel slate. WNBC. Where the hell? There he is. 2 catches for 31 yards on 3 targets in week 5. That was his season high. Ran 27 routes that week. Presumably going to see more opportunity with no Nico. Could probably give him a little bit more here. Put him in. Put a little flag on him there. I just feel like with a lot of mouths to feed in the backfield now, plus 2 primo receivers, plus a premium tight end, it does get a little bit thin. But I think he probably merits a little tiny sliver more than that projection-wise. Mechie barely involved. Didn't play each of the first 3 weeks. Hasn't gotten over 8 snaps with the offense. Robert Woods, 6 routes run last week. No targets, no catches. Was targeted 3 times over 31 routes in week 4. Caught 1 ball for 10 yards. Has 3 catches on the entire season. So, really, if you have any faith in New England's ability to hang in this game and any faith in Drake May, then you can get to some stacks of Houston. If you just like the odds and ends, the pieces, the skill players from Houston, then I think you're dealing with just, an opportunity to grab some probably low-owned, lower than they should be owned, one-off standalone guys in other lineups. They definitely play for that. The stack is where I question it just because of the weakness of the opponent. I'm going to give it to somebody who's not on the board right now, Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon, your most likely bonus guy. Rationale for that is the thinking that even if they go off and throw the ball a ton early, and I know that New England's been decent at stopping the run in terms of yards per attempt, but if they just get up early, then I think you just see a ton of volume go through Mixon where he probably just stacks that up. So, most likely. Not a definite there. Most likely, though. Going to knock out Indy and Tennessee, and then we're going to swing back around for the Cincinnati and Giants game, and we'll give the DraftKings folks a chance to go get a beer out of the fridge or roll a joint or eat some dinner or whatever they're looking to do. But before we do that, let's talk about the return of Anthony Richardson. 6,000, 7,300. He's pretty affordable. It's a big arm there, but there's a lot of mistakes, a lot of missed connections. Completing just 51% of only 19.25% of his passes, 163.5 yards per game, 3 touchdowns against 6 interceptions so far. Coming back from the injury. Obviously, there's a lot to clean up there, but there's just an extreme talent involved. Only played 13 snaps in week 4. Didn't play last week. Yielded to Flacco after the injury. In week 3, he completed just 10 of 20 for 167 yards and threw 2 picks. Week 2, 17 of 34 for 204 with a touchdown and 3 picks. 212 yards with 2 TDs and an interception in week 1 on 9 of 19 passing, sub 50% completion rate there. He did run the ball in that week as well, so he accounted for 3 touchdowns overall. had 56 yards rushing on 6 carries that week. That was his season high for rushing. That was his only rushing touchdown of the season. But definitely capable. That is a weapon for him, is his ability to run with the football. Has ran at least 3 times in every game, and the 3 came in that limited 13 snap game. Only has 1 game of 30 plus pass attempts. In the 3 that the 3 actual games that he played, 34 pass attempts was the high. The other 2 games, 19 and 20 pass attempts. Not a lot. They're going to be without Jonathan Taylor, though. Right? Let me confirm that. I know I don't have him projected. He was, I believe, questionable. He was one of the guys I have flagged in the groups article as we need to check Friday practice, and he's officially out. Michael Pittman, Josh Downs, still both questionable. Pittman, last I saw, was trending toward not playing. Let's see if that's changed on Friday. I did get a full practice in today. Interesting. That's going to be so annoying. It's going to watch Pittman tomorrow. Hopefully we get news on him tomorrow. Just reading the blurbs. Pittman noted Friday, everything is still on the table in terms of his availability. Can you just give us a straight answer? Is it that difficult to figure out whether you're going to play a football game on Sunday? That you're being paid, a lifetime's amount of money to play? I hate this shit. That's going to be, I guarantee that goes down as like a game time decision. We probably won't find out that he's playing until 11 o'clock Sunday morning. Right now, he's not projected. Based on that news, I probably will add him to the projections tonight. He had 5 catches for 37 yards and a touchdown in week 5. He had 6 catches for 113 yards in week 4. That was his biggest yardage game. The week 5 TD is his only touchdown of the season. He's drawn regular targeting, though. Hasn't cracked 10 targets in a game yet, but has drawn 7, 8, 9 in multiple games. Downs also questionable. Downs is dealing with a toe injury. Did not practice Wednesday and Thursday. Practiced in full on Friday. So I'm guessing both these guys end up going. He came to life a little bit with Flacco. 8 catches for 82 yards and a TD in week 4. 9 catches for 69 yards on 12 targets last week. He was their clear number 2 receiver last year. He's a little bit more of an underneath receiver, while these other guys are significant downfield weapons. You get Alec Pierce with a 26.2 yard ADOT on his limited targeting. He's caught 3 touchdown passes already. Richardson loves to fire the ball 50 yards in the air, 60 yards in the air, and try and connect with Pierce down the field. The success rate comes and goes, but you can see the monster 21.6 yards per target that he's put up on his 3.4 targets a game. Adonai Mitchell, also a deep threat, 17.1 yard ADOT for him on 4 targets a game. He's put up just 3.5 yards per target, though. He's caught just 1.2 passes per game. That amounts to 4 catches for 38 yards in week 5, 1 catch for 30 yards in week 2, 1 catch for 2 yards in week 1. And that's it for Adonai. Pierce had 3 catches for 134 and a touchdown last week on 3 targets. Monster performance on that limited targeting. 1 catch for 9 yards on 2 targets week 4. 1 catch for 44 yards on 2 targets in week 3. So another just big play upside there. 5 for 56 with a touchdown on 7 targets week 2. And then the big week 1 where they connected on the super deep pass. 3 of 3 for 125 and a touchdown. So getting his buddy back into the mix here to throw him the ball on those big deep opportunities. Like the upside for Alec Pierce. It's just a high danger stack with Richardson at the helm, but he can give you the upside for a big yardage game, multiple touchdowns with the upside of running the ball a little bit. He's only run 5.3 times a game, but he's gaining 6.7 yards per rush attempt, 5.4 before contact, 1.3 after. It's a significant part of the game. Tyler Goodson was targeted 3 times. He caught 3 of 3 for 31 yards. He also ran the ball 5 times for 26 yards, 22 routes run. Presumably going to be in the mix a little bit. Projects out as just kind of a mid RB2. Trey Sermon, the presumptive RB1 again, with Taylor out. I say presumptive because last time carried the ball just 10 times, 38 yards, 3.8 per attempt, 1 touchdown. Did catch 6 of 6, but only for 25 more yards. So we're talking about 63 yards from scrimmage on 16 touches. Did score the touchdown, though. Gives him a little bit of upside there. Is a big-bodied running back, so a guy that you can pound the ball into the end zone with, presumably. I think he can go back to the well there. I don't love the $6,000 price tag on both sites. Ranks as RB 1822 on DraftKings, 1918 on FanDuel. There's really not that much appeal in those ranks. Richardson naked, Richardson solo for the cheap and for the value. It's in play. It's not ideal. I still would want one of these correlated deep threats. Richardson Pierce works for me. Pierce is cheap enough. If you're desperate, Richardson and Adonai kind of works. And then obviously if we're getting Pittman, and then Downs is the clear, he just ranks well. I still hate the tight end position on this team. Just really want no part of the Kylan Granson, Mo Alley Cox, Drew Ogletree chop. Really no significant differences over the last couple of games. Granson ran 10 routes in week 4, 13 routes in week 5, and went untargeted in both games. Mo Alley Cox ran 11 routes in week 4, went untargeted, ran 14 routes, and drew 4 targets in week 5. He caught 2 of them for 37 yards and did get in the end zone. Among the 3 tight ends, all of whom run routes and play snaps every single week, that's the only touchdown. It's the only time one of them has more than 1 catch in a game. He is still the biggest receiving weapon out of those 3, but the word weapon really doesn't qualify for that sentence. Or that sentence doesn't qualify for using the word weapon. Or these guys, however you want to put that, don't play the tight ends from this team. It's just touchdown dependent, and it's split 3 different ways. On the Tennessee side, you do have a pretty solid running back in Tony Pollard, 6,000, 7,000. He ranks 7 by points, but 2 by points per dollar on DraftKings, 6 by points, and 1 by points per dollar on your FanDuel slate at those prices. So pretty value-oriented running back at the worst. He's going up against a defense allowing 4.5 yards per rush attempt to rank 17th. They're also facing a defense that's allowed 8.4 yards per pass attempt to rank 31st. You can definitely pass against Indy. Tennessee's pass defense, by the way, they're going to have to deal with that on the Indy side. 5.7 yards per pass attempt ranks first. Fortunately, they don't really generate a ton of pressure. They don't really rack up many sacks, just 17.9% pressure, just 9 sacks on the season, and they haven't picked the ball off all season. So Richardson's got that. That kind of evens out in my mind. Will Levis, not much of a quarterback, but he does land 4th by points per dollar on DraftKings, which isn't nothing. He's a $4,800 quarterback on DraftKings. Now, he's $4,800 because he's completing 68% of 24.5 passes a game for 151 yards a game. He's thrown 4 touchdowns against 6 interceptions. 6.2 yards per pass attempt. Pretty limited. Pretty bad. He's got terrific weapons, though. Or formerly terrific, now aged up weapons, let's say. But he's capable of a game like his week 3 against Green Bay. 26 of 34 in that game. That's 76.5%. He threw for 260 yards. 2 touchdowns against 2 interceptions. The interception's obviously not ideal. But you've got DeAndre Hopkins to work with. You've got Calvin Ridley to work with. To a lesser extent, you got Tyler Boyd and Treylon Burks down the depth chart. A moderately talented tight end in Okonkwo. There are valuable pieces on this Tennessee team. It's really, they are dragged somewhat down by the quarterback play. Tyjae Spears in the mix coming off the bye week. He carried the ball 15 times for 39 yards and a touchdown in week 4 before the bye. That was his biggest week of the season, his most carries by far. Okay involvement in the passing game. A couple targets here, a couple targets there. In that same game, Pollard carried the ball 22 times for 88 yards and a touchdown. He caught 2 of 2 for 20 yards, so 108 yards from scrimmage with a touchdown for him on top of the carries that Spears had. So pretty significant rush volume, 37 rush attempts in that game across the 2 running backs. It's not bad upside. I think out of everybody, that Pollard is the guy that's most on the board for me from that offense. I could see getting to shares of Ridley and Hopkins as standalone guys. I don't know that I go down to the Spears play. I think he's a super talented guy, and if anything ever happens to Pollard and he takes over a full number 1 opportunity here, at least that first week, we'll be off and running with that play. But right now, just kind of checks in as a little bit of an expensive proposition for the points that he's going to be likely to give you. 2018 on DraftKings, 28-26 on FanDuel. Falls out of playability there. Titans defense looks interesting. 7-3 on DK, 7-10 on FanDuel. The 3 by points per dollar at just 2,800. So their defense hasn't exactly been great at stopping the run or the pass, but they are generating a 21% pressure rate. They've come away with 12 sacks. They've come away with 3 interceptions. None of that is super. But they're... Am I reading that wrong? That's the Indy defense. I was reading that wrong. I talked about Tennessee's defense before. I forgot. They haven't picked a ball off yet. I tripped myself up when I was looking here and then reading over here. This is Indy's defense. This is Tennessee's defense because it's the against. So, yeah, they've been good at stopping the run, good at stopping the pass, but they haven't been generating pressure. Set 9 sacks and no interceptions. With the lack of DFS scoring, this is what I was trying to get out. Despite the lack of DFS scoring and the sacks and the interceptions, they grade out great by points per dollar at 2,800. And they have the upside of the interception-prone quarterback on the other side, the mistake-prone quarterback who doesn't complete a lot of his passes, who's completing 50-some-odd% of his passes. So there's a lot of playability in Tennessee's defense. A long way around to say that. Okonkwo lands playable, but not ideal. 1 touchdown on the season, just picking up a 3.6 yard A-dot, 2.5 targets a game. Boyd has at least drawn a little bit of targeting, 4 targets a game so far this season. He picked up just 2 in the week before the bye, caught them both for 31 yards, has not been over 33 yards, has not been over 3 catches on the season, and has not found his way into the end zone. But as far as the wide receiver spot goes, he is the nominal number 3. Burks, 1 target last time out, caught it for 13 yards, has 3 catches on the entire season. Very thin options down the board. Okonkwo, who got in the end zone in week 1, hasn't been back since. Hasn't gained more than 16 yards in a game all season. Hasn't drawn more than 3 targets in a game all season. And then just really nothing from down this direction, nothing from down this part of the depth chart here. A 43.5 point total. Tennessee favored by 2.5, kind of on the back of the idea of their defense maybe limiting some of the yardage, but this could be a deceptive game. This could be one where there are actual just problems as far as scoring goes. I think the entire quality of this game rides on what Mr. Richardson does up top. We'll go Tony Pollard, most likely bonus guy. Yeah, I like that. And for Levis and his receivers, there is, the idea that, again, this team has given up a absolute ton of yardage through the air. And they're not exactly racking up tons and tons of sacks. Their sack rate ranks 20th. Their interception rate is 18th. So you could see Levis having a day like that, successful 200 yards and 200 and change yards and 2 TDs kind of a game. The number of times, if you roll this 1,000 times, that Will Levis comes out and throws for 300, let alone like 350, 400 yards, and 4 to 5 touchdowns are extremely, extremely limited. A couple times, a handful of times out of 1,000, if that. Levis has been over 300 yards once so far in his career. It's a short career so far. But he got over 300 yards, 23 of 38 against Miami in week 14 of last year for 327, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. I think he's got more games below 200 yards than he does above it. Yeah, almost definitely. I'm not going to sit here and count it, but almost definitely. So, pretty thin. Favorite play on that side is definitely Tony Pollard. More to work with on the Indy side, but definitely, again, major questions surround the quarterback play. All right, so we'll pop up the board for Cincinnati and the Giants, and then we'll come back for those last 4 games. So take a break for a sec, DraftKings folks. Going to talk to the FanDuel, the Blue Site Gamers. Jamar Chase is your number 1 wide receiver for points and for points per dollar against this bad Giants defense. I say bad because they're really focused entirely around the pass rush. It's really the only good thing about the Giants defense. You did just see them succeed against Seattle. They went out there, surprisingly won that game with no Malik Neighbors. Defense did a good job of keeping Geno at least in check. They got to him a few times. On the season, Giants defense, a 12.29% sack rate, ranks number 1 in football. 22 sacks on the year. Of course, with that kind of pressure, a 22.6% sack pressure rate and a league-leading 12.29% sack rate, you would think that all that rushing the quarterback would lead to some interceptions, some ability to shut down the pass. But no, they have allowed a 7.2 yards per pass attempt, which ranks 20th, and their 1 interception on the season amounts to a 0.64% interception rate to rank 29th out of 32 teams. You can still abuse this Giants defense, and Joe Burrow is not going to be too scared of that pass rush. Yeah, they'll probably get him a few times, but this game has a 48-point total for a reason. Giants are 3.5-point dogs at home for a reason. It's going to be very surprising if they shut down Joe Burrow and the Jamar Chase, T. Higgins Express here. So I think we're just leaning into that upside. Higgins ranks as wide receiver 6-8 on FanDuel. Burrow is quarterback 4 across the board. That is a significant connection with both of those receivers. Burrow's completing 72% of nearly 35 pass attempts per game. Those are ideal numbers. 275-ish yards, 12 touchdown passes against just 2 interceptions on the season, 7.9 yard per pass attempt. Joe Burrow's been pretty terrific so far this year. 392 yards with 5 touchdowns on 30 of 39 against Baltimore in his most recent game. Had another 300-yard game back in week 3 against Washington. Both teams you can pass against. Carolina in the middle of those 2 games, you can pass against them too. But guess what? You can pass against this Giants team too. Chase had 10 catches, 193 yards, 2 touchdowns in week 5. T. Higgins also had 2 touchdowns, caught 9 of 14 for 83 yards. That was 26 targets between the two 1-1A receivers, and then a little bit of spread to some of the other guys. Andrei Iosivas got 2 targets in that game. It's been really limited over the last 2. It's difficult to defend him. But the good news is it was a deep downfield look. His 1 catch on the 2 targets, 39 yards on that catch. 29 yards on 1 catch on 1 target the week before that. So the volume's come down from the 6, 4, and 7 that he saw over the first 3 weeks. Obviously with some missing teammates. But the talent is still there. The snap count is still there. He played 52 snaps in week 5. That was actually a season high. 48 or 46 snaps in each of the first 4 weeks. So I do still think as a dart throw receiver, 5,300, it's not off the board. He ranks 53rd, 55th. He doesn't rank well at all. The opportunity is going to be limited, and honestly, could have put him a little bit lower than that. Same thing with Jermaine Burton. Burton only ran one route last week, went untargeted each of the last 3 weeks. In fact, I'm definitely going to lower Jermaine Burton. He crept out too high. How did that get that high? One catch on 2 targets back in week 2. I don't know why that got so high. Glad I caught that one. Eric All in the process of taking away this tight end job from Mike Gesicki. Gesicki also dealing with a hamstring issue. He practiced limited on Thursday, presumably practiced again today. He ran 22 routes in week 5. Eric All ran 15 routes. That was all season high. Caught 2 balls for 10 yards that week. He caught 4 balls exactly in each of the 3 games before that on 4 targets. He's yet to be targeted and not come away with the catch. 14 for 14 so far. Hasn't found the end zone yet. Hasn't cracked 32 yards. Gesicki had a big week in week 2. He caught 7 passes for 91 yards, but has been in a decline since then. Losing a little bit of snap share. Still running routes, but 1 target in week 4, 2 targets in week 5. And again, dealing with a hammy. So I like the upside from Mr. All, 4,500. Not a priority, 17-14 at the tight end position, but playable. In terms of the nature of their targets, 8.7 yard A-dot for Chase, 9.9 yard for T, 5 touchdowns on the board for Chase, 2 for T. Either one of those guys frequently, as much as you can get them with Joe Burrow. Yoshivas is drawing a 10.7 yard A-dot, 18.3% of the air yards, 3 touchdowns on the board for him. And then it's just mix and match your way through those other guys. Chase Brown, Zach Moss in the backfield is another interesting situation here. Pull up the Brown, still questionable. Limited Friday practice. He's dealing with a quad issue. Seems like seems like they expect him to play. Coach speaks saying he's gonna play, but still carrying the Q tag for Chase Brown. There he is. Brown carried the ball 12 times, also caught 3 of 3 in week 5. That was coming off of a 15 carry, 2 of 3 receiving game. He scored twice on the ground in week 4 in that game. 15 carries, 80 yards, 2 touchdowns. Put the ball in the end zone through the air on one of his catches in week 5. Moss has seen a little bit of a decline in volume. Well, that's not really fair. 9 carries in week 1, 12 each of the next 2 weeks, 15 in week 4, and then down to 9 in week 5. But regular targeting, 4 to 6 targets in each of the in 4 out of the 5 first games. Just 1 target back in week 2. It's kind of a split right down the middle right now. Where it's like 10 to 12 carries with an upside of 15 could go to either guy. And really, realistically, both could come away with something like 9 to 12 carries and 3 targets. And then it's just a matter of getting the guy right as far as, there's no real indication of which one of these guys is going to be the more targeted or the more, gain the more touches. If you want to boil it down to the performance, that becomes more clear. 5.6 yards per attempt for Chase Brown, 3.7 for Zach Moss. So far, Moss has out carried him, but it's evening out. They're even in the touchdown department. Brown has been the better back in basically every facet of actually running with the football. They both have a touchdown through the air on limited A-dot, limited targeting. So it is very much a 1-1A situation where they both kind of just cannibalize one another. If it was a gun to my head scenario, I had to have a running back from this side of this game, it would probably be Brown. But keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on the injury status and everything. And the good news is you don't need to have a running back from this game, and I probably wouldn't. Sample, nothing really down board here to talk about. This is also pretty much a timeshare right now. Again, I do think that all is in the process of taking it away from Gesicki, and that's the guy I would go to at the cheaper price. But it's also a spot you can just kind of totally skip over. The one thing I will say, though, against that, the Giants have been pretty bad against tight ends for the better part of the last, 25 years. Danny Dimes working without his big weapon in the passing game, potentially without Devin Singletary again. Didn't really matter last time out. Singletary dealing with a groin injury. He missed week 5. Mediocre running back anyway. Tyrone Tracy filled in admirably. Carried the ball 18 times for 129 yards. Caught 1 of 2 passes for just 1 yard. A couple of big chunk plays in there. I still question the overall talent at that running back position with Tracy. He's a converted college wide receiver. Really limited experience at the running back spot. Obviously, that didn't matter last week, and if he sees similar opportunity, you could definitely see him gouge a Cincinnati team that's given up 4.6 yards per rush attempt to rank 19th. At the same time, Danny Dimes is going to be throwing into a pass defense that's just coming away with 7.1 yards per pass attempt allowed. That falls to 18th. They've only sacked the quarterback 6 times this year. 6 times. Giants have gotten there 22 times. They got 3 interceptions, so 3 times as many interceptions as the Giants, but not an intimidating number. It's just I have no faith whatsoever in my quarterback. I don't think Daniel Jones is good. I know he's looked okay in spots, including last week. Last week he completed 23 of 34, 257 yards, 2 TDs. Not a bad game. 29 of 40 the week before that for 281 yards, but didn't throw a touchdown pass, 1 interception against Dallas. I continue to think that the receivers are the ones doing most of the work here. You see more really ugly balls than you see successfully thrown balls. There have been a couple spots where receivers have just gotten flat out wide open, and they're just difficult to miss. But he's been okay. You got to give him his due. He projects out just fine for the money on this slate. It's going up against a very, very gettable defense in a game where they're going to have to throw the ball to stay in this game. You know for sure that Joe Burrow's throwing the ball a ton in this game, and he's got monster weapons. So Danny Jones is going to have to try and keep up. Unfortunately, he's going to be doing that with Wandale and Darius Slayton, and yeah, Slayton got in the end zone. He drew 11 targets last time out. 11 targets. He caught 8 of them for 122 and a touchdown. Week before that, 3 of 5 for 56. Limited to 33 yards or less in each of the first 3 weeks. Very limited targeting, limited action despite running a bunch of routes. Wandale was the guy getting more of the targets. He had 9 targets in week 5, caught 6 of them for 36 and a touchdown. 14 targets, was a monster in week 4 playing alongside Neighbors. Caught 11 of those for 71 yards. 7 of 8 in week 3. He was getting volume but not doing a ton with it. And I think that's most weeks that we're going to get out of Wandale. We might see him catch 7 or 8 balls and put up 60, 70 yards. But it's really going to swing on whether or not he can get in the end zone. He does see regular targeting in the red zone. He's seen at least 1 red zone target every week this season. 3 in week 1, 2 each of the last 2 weeks. If you're going to Daniel Jones, you want one of those 2 guys in basically every lineup, and you can go as deep as both of those guys. Jones plus 2 plays. There should be enough passing volume to support that upside. It's just, what does the quality look like? Which team is he throwing the ball to? Theo Johnson got involved as a cheap tight end last week. Came away with a career-high 48 yards on 5 of 5 receiving. 9.6 yards per target. Hasn't been in the end zone yet, but kind of came into the season and surprisingly just seized this job as the starting tight end. I wasn't really expecting it. They had Danny Bellinger there. Not that Bellinger's any good, but he was, had the job for most of last season. They brought in Chris Manhertz, who's getting some snaps as a blocking tight end, but doesn't really draw any targets or run many routes. The targeted receiving tight end right now is Theo Johnson. 30 routes run last week, 26 the week before. 5 targets last week, 1 target the week before. Just need Jones to find him in the end zone. Has not had 1 red zone target on the season that came in week 3. Bellinger really not involved. Jalen Hyatt is just hilarious. Last week, Jalen Hyatt, a season high, 48 snaps against Seattle. Ran 29 routes. Untargeted. Poor guy's been targeted 3 times all season. More limited volume, more limited opportunities prior to that one. The high for snaps came in week 1 with just 15. He was in more the 10 to 13 range. But had run at least 6 routes each week and just not throwing him the ball. Probably because he's just not good. He's fast. He looks like the kind of guy that could burn the defense, get open down the field, and you hit him for a big play. Maybe if he played with Anthony Richardson, he'd be better. But right now, there is no connection there. At best, he's a total blind dart throw for 4,200. If you get Singletary, you can play him, but he's just really not the running back for me. Scored a touchdown in each of weeks 2 and 3. 16 carries for 95 in week 2 against Washington, which is a defense that you can just gouge. 16 for 65 and a touchdown against Cleveland in week 3. And then dipped to 14 carries for a whopping 24 yards against Dallas in week 4 before not playing in week 5. He's bad, or mediocre at best. 3.9 yards per attempt on his 14 carries per game this season. 1.4 before, 2.5 yards after. There's nothing impressive about that. 2 touchdowns on the season. Bad team. Jamar Chase, the easy go-to off the top for your bonus. Plenty of upside for both Chase and Higgins to get there. Plenty of upside for both of those guys to do a significant amount of scoring. This is an important game for the slate. 48-point total, close enough in Vegas. Giants are going to have to do their end to hang with it. So I think it makes some sense to grab some Giants bring back plays against your Cincinnati stacks. Because for Cincinnati to really truly get there, especially if you're going like Burrow +2, Giants are going to have to do to carry their end. So they're playable in that bring back sense, but greatly prefer the Cincy side. And that ends your tour through the FanDuel slate. Where the hell were we? Chargers in Denver? Oh, what a game to come back to. Well done. At least we get this one at the end of the night. Or the end of the show, not the end of the night. Hopefully the end of the show will come before the end of the night. Right now, coming up on 7 o'clock. 2.5 hours into the show. We're not doing bad, time-wise. Making our way. Handful of people here hanging out watching. Gus Edwards officially out. Yeah, I think the Dobbins play makes more sense now than it did a minute ago. Yeah, so Steven's got it there, the Michael Pittman thing. Decided to try and play. The Colts had considered putting him on IR. Yeah, he went from not practicing, doubtful, potentially going on IR, to full practice today and wants to play, apparently. Pretty wild. This game, 36-point total. Denver favored by 3, primarily on the back of one of the better defenses in the entire league so far this season, and going up against a fairly inept Chargers offense. At the same time, on the other side, the Chargers, pretty decent defense going up against a pretty inept offense. So kind of just a collision of 2 bad offenses going against 2 pretty good defenses. It's just 2 hard place and a hard place smashing into one another and just creating a bunch of rubble in the middle, but no upside. Chargers scoring 17 a game, ranks 28th, allowing 12.5 a game, ranks 1st. Denver scoring 19.2 a game, ranks 22nd, allowing 14.6 a game, ranks 2nd. So scoring-wise, this is the first against the second defense overall. You can see it in some of these numbers. The Chargers allowing just 3.9 yards per rush attempt to rank 5th, 6.9 yards per pass attempt ranks 13th. They've come away with 11 sacks and 4 interceptions on just 15.9% pressure. That's 9th ranked, 8.4% sack rate. 6th ranked, 3.33% interception rate for the Chargers. On the Denver side, 10.80% sack rate ranks 3rd, 3.18% interception rate ranks 7th. So both of these defenses have been good. 19 sacks and 5 picks for Denver, 31.6% pressure rate, allowing just 4.2 yards per rush attempt to rank 8th, 5.8 yards per pass attempt to rank 3rd. And now they get to face this offense. It's a lot of upside there. It's a lot of upside for both defenses. The Denver D ranks 5.9 on DraftKings, 5.13 on FanDuel. A lot of point scoring. Their points per dollar is off because they're a little bit expensive compared to some of the other defenses. Chargers, 3.5 on both sites. Not priced up, really. 33, 32. Yeah, they're out projecting by a little bit to create that gap because they are 100 more expensive on DraftKings. But you can see they have a somewhat significant gap there in the points per dollar because they're projected nearly a point higher. Bo Nix really not that appealing. 19th ranked on DraftKings, 21st ranked on FanDuel. He's throwing the ball 33 times a game, but just for 173 yards. He's thrown 3 touchdowns against 4 interceptions. Just 5.2 yards per attempt is getting into Watson-like territory. 7.4 intended air yards per attempt, but completing just 3.1 air yards overall. He's run the ball into the end zone 3 times this season. He does take off a little bit, 6.2 attempts per game on the ground, gaining just 3.8 yards per attempt, though the rushing output is limited until he gets in close. Then he can manage to score with it from time to time. He's got an okay connection with Sutton, 8.2 targets a game, but completing just 3.4 of them, not even half of them. 13.2 yard ADOT is getting up and getting down the field, but the connection is flimsy. 1 touchdown on the season. That's 46% of your air yards there. Another 20-ish% going in Josh Reynolds' direction. He's operating on an 11.4 yard ADOT. He's got 1 touchdown on the season, 3.8 targets a game, catching 2.4. Not a lot of volume going through either of those receivers. Sutton did have 1 touchdown in week 4, 3 catches for 68 yards, 7 catches for 68. That was 3 for 60 and a touchdown. 7 for 68 in week 3 on 11 targets was his season high. Pretty limited. Reynolds peaked at 93 yards on 4 catches in week 2. He scored his lone touchdown in week 5 just last week. 1 catch for 9 yards on 2 targets and a touchdown. He's also questionable dealing with a hand injury. Missed Thursday practice. I don't have the update on him, and honestly, it's Josh Reynolds. I'm not going to look. If Reynolds doesn't go, then you're dealing with Lil Jordan Humphrey, Marvin Mims. Both of those guys are minimal targets so far. 3.4 targets a game going in Humphrey's direction. Just 1 target a game going toward Mims. Really hasn't done much. Neither guy's been in the end zone. Humphrey, just a 6.6 yard ADOT, kind of the underneath operator in this offense right now. 2 for 48 on 2 targets last time out. Season high 8 targets back in week 3, caught 6 of them for 37 yards. That was everybody's season high, except for somehow Bo Nix. 216 yards, no touchdown, no interception, 25 of 36 passing. That was technically his best passing game, but not a lot of actual scoring. On the ground, they've got Javonte and Jaleel McLaughlin. Javonte had a okay week 5, better week 4. 13 carries for 61 yards, caught 5 passes for 50 yards on 6 targets. So got over 100 yards from scrimmage in week 5. 77 yards on the ground on 16 carries, but only 3 yards on 2 catches in week 4. So I guess the week 5 game technically a little bit better. Has not been in the end zone yet this season. McLaughlin got in the end zone once on the ground in week 3, And then through the air last week, 3 catches, 3 yards, and a touchdown on 4 targets. He carried the ball 6 times last week. Typically, we're dealing with McLaughlin, call it 6 to 10 potential touches. I know that's kind of a broad range. 8 to 10 is a little bit generous, though. It is more the Javonte show. He's in the 15 to 18 potential touch range. Gives you a little bit of upside. But really, either one of those players kind of needs to break one. Javonte's targeted 4 times a game. Jalil's targeted 2.2 times a game, 6.5 yards per target, and 1 yard per target. On the ground, they're gaining 3.6 and 3.3 yards per rush attempt, respectively. And again, 1 rushing touchdown between the two. Pretty low end. And going up against a good rush defense. Further down the board, there's really nothing here. Troutman will get a little bit of an uptick, I think, on the projection there. Where's Dulcich? Got Troutman, I've got Kroll. Dulcich relegated to 3rd on the depth chart. Was inactive last week. Yeah, I guess that makes sense that he's not on there now. I'd forgotten that he didn't play last week. I'll probably give Troutman a little bit more, but not much. Caught 1 ball for 19 yards last week on 1 target, ran 8 routes. Kroll ran 9 routes. Caught 1 ball for 5 yards on 1 target. Did not do any conquering. So Gus Edwards coming out on this side. You can lose that projection. Dobbins was already looking decent. Ranked 10th by points, and that'll go up a little bit. Ranked 9th by points per dollar. 5th by points per dollar on FanDuel, where he only cost 67. That makes him a little bit interesting. Started out the season super hot. 230-yard games to start the season. 10 carries, 135 and a touchdown in week 1. 17 for 131 and a touchdown week 2. But really fell off the last 2 weeks against Pittsburgh and against KC before their bye. 15 for 44 and 14 for 32. Added a handful of yardage on 3 catches in each game. And now faces, again, a pretty good defense. 8th ranked, 4.2 yards per attempt against. It's difficult to gain yardage against this D. They're only allowing 0.6 touchdowns a game on the ground, too. That ranks 6th. I think that Dobbins is interesting because of the situation. I think he's playable because of the price. Probably won't be super owned. But I would say that that's one where you're walking toward it and you can spot, hey, something about the brush there looks a little bit weird, and then you pull back the brush and there's a giant pit with a bunch of spikes and a dead tiger laying in it. Tiger trap. It seems like that kind of a play. A little bit trappy. Just because it is a good defense there. I think I lean away. I think I'm a little bit inclined to lean away. The thing that's tempting me is the points per dollar. Because that will get even better with Gus coming out. I don't love October games at altitude in Denver. It's usually just the first couple of weeks of the season, but early season games in Denver, and when Denver's defense is playing well, I don't love messing with that too much. McConkey, Palmer, Quentin Johnston, all working with Justin Herbert in a very limited passing attack. Herbert ranks 15-17 across sites by points, worse than that by points per dollar. McConkey, 24-16, 28-29 across sites. Palmer worse than that. Johnston even worse than those two. Nothing really at the tight end position. Hayden Hurst, 18-11 across sites, across DraftKings, 21-20 on FanDuel. I guess Hurst on DraftKings for some points per dollar maybe. It's only 2,600 at the tight end position. This is a limited receiving core. Herbert's throwing the ball just 22.7 times a game, completing 65% of them for 144.5 yards per game, but just 5 touchdown passes, 1 interception, 6.4 yards per attempt. He's targeted McConkey 6 times a game, 8.1 yard ADOT, 2 touchdowns on the board for him on 31.9% of the air yards. Another 36% of the air yards have gone in Johnston's direction. He's also got 3 touchdowns on the season. 12.4 yard ADOT for him, 4.5 targets a game. Puts him second on the target board, puts him at the highest depth, the biggest downfield threat they've got. Palmer, 8.5 yard ADOT, just 13% of the air yards on just 3.5 targets a game. Very, very low end options here. Herbert plus, probably I would lean to Johnston just on the value-based pricing. Not that there's that big a difference. They're the same price on FanDuel, $200 different on DraftKings. I guess I would have to say go McConkey. McConkey got in the end zone last week, 5 catches for 67 yards on 7 targets. Palmer caught 3 of 4 for 36. Herbert's practicing and almost certainly going to play, by the way. He's dealing with an ankle injury. Johnston fell to just 1 catch for 9 yards on 5 targets in week 4. Had 2 catches for 44 and a touchdown the week before that, 5 for 51 and 2 touchdowns the week prior to that. DJ Shark maybe gets on the field. Has not been on the field this season, dealing with a hip. And then downboard Disley. Nobody in this territory is all that interesting. Disley has drawn 3 targets in each of the last 3 games. 3 catches in each of weeks 2 and 3, 29 and 19 yards respectively. 2 catches for 24 yards in week 4. More of a showdown play. Get to that second tight end for showdown. So don't think we're going there. Don't think we're going to much Chargers against a very good Denver defense. Don't think we're going to much Denver against a very good Chargers defense. I think you could draw a couple of one-off shares maybe around some of the, I don't even know what, Cortland Sutton. It's by far, maybe J.K. Dobbins. Those are by far the 2 most appealing things in this game outside of the defenses. Biggest opportunity for a bonus? I'll just throw it to Dobbins because I don't know what else to do. I don't trust Bo Nix to get Cortland Sutton the ball enough to pay that one off. It's not going to be either of the Denver running backs. Not going to be any of the downstream receivers from Denver. And nobody from the receiving core on LA really justifies it. So Dobbins by default, but probably not. That game sucked. This one is slightly better. 36.5 point total. Vegas 3-point dogs at home because Pittsburgh's also got a decent defense. Pittsburgh's D allowing just 3.7 yards per rush attempt ranks 3rd, but they have been giving up a lot of yardage against the pass. 7.5 yards per pass attempt ranks 25th. Come away with 13 sacks and 6 interceptions. That's reasonable totals. That's a 3.92% interception rate to rank 4th. 7.83% sacks ranks 14th. They've allowed just 14.6 points a game. That ranks 2nd. 1.4 overall touchdowns per game also ranks 2nd. Vegas with Aiden O'Connell at the wheel this week, going away from Mr. Minshew. They've been very pass-focused early. It could bode well for the O'Connell-Myers-Bowers connection. They really don't have much to work with in the ground game. It's going to be the Alexander Madison show this week for whatever that's worth. Probably the better talent than Zamir White right now. Vegas is scoring 19.2 a game, giving up 26.2 a game. That's not a good ratio. Their defense, a lot more gettable. 4.9 yards per rush attempt ranks 27th. 7 yards per pass attempt ranks 15th. They have a 22nd ranked sack rate, a 24th ranked interception rate in a small sample, 19.6% pressure rate, nothing really to worry about. If they get to Justin Fields, he can just scramble his way out of it. Fields ranks 9.5 across DraftKings, a little bit of point per dollar upside at 5,800. 10.9 on FanDuel, a little less playable over there. Definitely can make things happen with his arm and with his legs, though. I mean, there is scoring potential. There is a history of some pretty big fantasy games out of him. This season, they haven't really arrived. Biggest game was week 4 against Indy. He threw for 312 yards on 22 of 34 passing, threw a touchdown pass, and also ran the ball in twice. 10 carries for 55 yards, 2 touchdowns. He's got 3 rushing touchdowns on the season. Handful of passing touchdowns. I think probably most interestingly is the lack of interceptions. 5 touchdowns against 1 interception. Throwing the ball just 27 times a game, but completing 68% of his passes. Not completely terrible. The 3.9 yards per rush attempt is a little bit low, honestly. You would expect a little bit more given the reputation, but it depends on when he takes off and the nature of those scrambles. He's run the ball in 3 times. 2 touchdown passes have gone in Patty Freiermuth's direction. 1 apiece for Calvin Austin, Darnell Washington, and Connor Hayward, and none for their primary receiver, George Pickens, which is a little frustrating. Pickens getting 44.1% of the air yards, 11.7 yard ADOT, 7.2 targets a game, by far the team leader in target volume, air yard volume, everything. Just doesn't get the ball in the end zone. Could it be a repeat of the Deontay Johnson season from a couple years ago? Pickens had 7 catches for 113 yards in week 4, failed to score. That was on 11 targets, all of those things a season high. 7 targets in 3 of the 4 other games, and then 4 targets in week 2. Talented receiver for sure. Getting him the ball in the end zone has been the problem. In that big week 4 game, though, they targeted him 5 times in the red zone. I don't know what became of all those targets, but he didn't convert any of them. Freiermuth, the number 2 option in the passing attack. He's drawing 4.6 targets a game, 3.4 of them going in Najee's direction. For Freiermuth, a 4.8 yard ADOT, drawing 11.5% of the air yards. Van Jefferson's drawing a 12.6 yard ADOT for 17% of the air yards on 2.6 targets a game. 11.7 yard ADOT and 15-ish% of the air yards going toward Calvin Austin. But that's just 2.5 targets a game as well. And then your target volume dips even further, 1.2 and 1.0 a game for Washington and Hayward at the backup tight end spots. So you're super, super thin on a main slate if you go to either of those options. If you want to get a tight end, it's Pat Freiermuth all day. He ranks 5.2 on DraftKings, 5.4 on FanDuel. Mamba says, damn, I love that I can pop back in and get the sweet serenade of $1 million. Power says the Jacoby DNP LP has me skeptical in a mother. What's his status? Let me see. Joker, stop doing whatever you're doing. Yeah, limited Friday practice, as you said. Probably going to be game time. We'll see if there's any overnight news tonight. Getting in the limited practice is at least encouraging. But yeah, I mean, we're already a little bit diminished there, considering that we're going to Aiden O'Connell here. This is flipping over to the Vegas side. So throwing Aiden O'Connell, an injured Jacoby Myers, into a pretty decent Pittsburgh defense, even against the pass with the yardage that they allow. The pressure rate is significant enough that I'd be a little concerned about it. The interception rate and the sack rate are significant enough that I'd be a little concerned about it. And their ability to just stuff the run is going to force them to pass, which I'd be a little concerned about. Bowers is probably the more interesting pairing with O'Connell. He ranks 4th by points on both sides, but slips significantly by points per dollar because he's 6,700. 17th and 9th by points per dollar, but still probably the more appealing option. Jacoby Myers definitely needs the touchdown to really get interesting. He's only got one on the season. Handful of targets, handful of catches every game, but really only pays it off when he actually gets in the end zone. Bowers got in the end zone for the first time in week 5. He caught 8 of 12 targets for 97 yards and a TD. Big performance that week. He had 98 yards on 9 catches back in week 2. He was drafted, 12th, I want to say? First round pick. A lot of draft capital in the kid. Definitely going to be heavily targeted through the season and continue to be involved basically regardless of who's throwing him the ball as far as DFS goes. It's just the price is a little bit broken right now. So best thing that could honestly happen to him is a bad day with Aiden O'Connell. Have the price come down and bounce back for next week as a better value play. Right now, he just looks okay. If you got a lot of money on the table at the end of a lineup as your last click, he is highly projected and could deliver. Trey Tucker, drawing 5 targets a game on a 9.8 yard ADOT. He's gotten into the end zone once. 2 catches for 18 yards last week, 5 for 41 the week before. Most of his production came in week 3, 7 catches, 96 yards in that TD. He's run the ball a couple times. They're trying to make things happen. Look at all the different guys who have run the ball. It's just no actual good production. Madison, going to presumably be the lead running back with Zamir White out. He's carried the ball 6.4 times a game, put up 3.9 yards per rush attempt. He has run the ball in twice. He's also got a receiving touchdown on the season. Limited targeting, 2.6 targets a game, but that should go up a little bit. For 53-56, it's weird to say, but Alexander Madison might be my favorite part of this offense this week. I don't know that I play him even once, but if I had to pick anything that might succeed, even against a stout rush defense, it might be that, just on the idea of a little bit of volume upside. But really, I just kind of want to stay away from most things Vegas and honestly, most things Pittsburgh as far as the offense goes. I didn't talk about Najee outside of mentioning his targets. In these last couple of games with Jaylen Warren out and Najee being the absolute focal point of the rushing attack, last week 14 carries for 42 yards, 2 catches for 35. Week 4, 13 carries for 19 yards, 3 catches for 54. Really hasn't shown the explosive upside that is lurking in the player. He's got a decent explosive run rate. He's still capable. He ranks out pretty well. 13-7 on DraftKings, 12-13 on FanDuel. But we're talking about just 3.3 yards per rush attempt this year. That's nothing. That's bad. 16 and change carries a game. Drawn 3.4 targets a game. He should be producing more than he is for the talent level and the involvement that he's had, especially these last few weeks. The fact that he's not is concerning. Nobody from down this way in the red here. Same thing on the other side. Your biggest bonus guy. Can I say nobody? I make the rules. I'm going to say nobody. I mean, your most likely guy is probably Pickens. Probably. But I don't think he gets there. I don't like anybody for a bonus in that one. 2 games to go. Better games. 41.5 point total between Tampa and New Orleans. New Orleans 3.5 point dogs in a home game. Spencer Rattler at the QB spot costs just $4,000 on DraftKings. He ranks 18th by points, but you can see the impact of that low price. Second by points per dollar. A $4,000 quarterback has his place. It could be Stephen Leibowitz out there, and you'd be like, well, Stephen only costs $4,000 this week. He does rank second. It's really not a good spot. But at that price, and it's DraftKings only on FanDuel, he's 6,000, 19, 15 ranks. I don't think there's any value there. Come on. Rattler drafted 150th overall, 5th round pick. Last year at South Carolina, completed 275 of 399 passes, 3,100 yards and 19 touchdowns. That's really not a lot of production in college. As a junior the year before, 3,026 yards and 18 touchdowns. He peaked as a redshirt freshman in 2020. Was with Oklahoma at the time. Threw for 3,031 yards, completed 67.5% of 317 passes, and 28 touchdowns. Who the hell was he throwing the ball to? He had Marvin Mims on that team. Marvin had 9 touchdowns that year. And then he spread the ball out to a bunch of guys I don't know. Charleston Rambo, pretty cool name. Jeremiah Hall, Theo Weiss. They also had Ramondre on that team. So, yeah, 5th round pick, getting kind of thrown into the fire here. He's at least got some weapons. I think everybody in the world likes Alvin Kamara. And you could definitely see a big volume day for Alvin in the cards. He ranks 6th and 7th across sites by points, 13, 16 by points per dollar. Given the potential for massive, massive volume, and we know what that can spell with this running back, I don't really sweat the points per dollar. I'm more focused on just the actual raw projection. Kamara for the season, 4.3 yards per rush attempt on 18 carries a game. And again, with the potential to carry the ball a little bit more with a backup quarterback in. 5 rushing touchdowns on the season. He's also drawing nearly 6 targets a game, putting up 7.6 yards per target. He's got a receiving touchdown on the season already. Alvin Kamara, still pretty fantastic. A lot of that work came in the one big game. 20 carries for 115 yards, 3 touchdowns on the ground in that week 2 performance. He also scored his receiving touchdown that week, put up 65 yards through the air. But since then, the next week he came out with 26 carries for 87 yards, also caught 3 balls for 40 yards. He's been over 40 yards receiving each of the last 3 weeks. He had 7 catches and 6 catches the last 2 weeks, 42 yards and 40 yards. Didn't get in the end zone in week 5, but got there in week 4. 19 carries, 77 yards, and a touchdown. Also added 7 catches for 42 more yards on 9 targets. The volume is significant. I don't really mind the very, very high price. It is challenging if I'm thinking through like a lineup construction. That would be something that's just like appealing top of my head that I would want to get to because of how much I want to get Saquon Barkley out of that that Eagles lineup. Phillies are off playing golf somewhere. But the idea of pairing Kamara and Barkley is probably a pretty cost prohibitive suggestion. Yeah, that would be a pretty big chunk of change there. Both sides, really. But I do love both those running backs in their situations this weekend. I think there's a ton of upside. Kamara going up against a defense that's allowing 4.9 yards per rush attempt to rank 26th versus the 6.8 yards per pass attempt that they've allowed to rank 12th. They've also gained a 23.5% pressure rate. They've come away with 12 sacks and 3 interceptions on the season. I think all of that spells a lot of trouble for Spencer Rattler in his debut here. Probably spells trouble for Olave and Shaheed and Juwan Johnson to be able to make their values as well. If Rattler can't get the ball to them, there's really not that much those 3 guys are going to be able to do about it. Olave last week caught just 2 passes for 10 yards on 4 targets. He was targeted 10 times a week before. He came away with 8 of them for 87. Shaheed went down to 4 catches on 9 targets last week. He was coming off an 8-catch game, but had 80-plus yards in both games. 83 yards and no touchdown in week 4, 86 yards with a touchdown in week 5. He's got 3 touchdowns on the season. He's got 4 games in the 73 to 96 yard range. And then he got shut out in week 3, the week that I played him the most. Ran 26 routes, drew 5 targets, caught none of them for 0 points. Shahid's been banged up with a hip injury, but he practiced in a limited sense on Thursday and was declared active and good to go before this show started a few hours ago. Olave's still the number 1, but Shahid is a very interesting receiver who gets down the field and has been a fairly significant target for this offense. 16.8 yard ADOT, 50% of the air yards going in his direction. That's pretty significant, and 6.8 targets a game versus the 5.6 that have gone toward Olave. Olave's getting half the air yards. He's got a third of the touchdown catches on the season. By price and by reputation and on the depth chart, Olave's the number 1. But Rashid's put up the better numbers so far. 9.8 versus 9.9 yards per target overall. It's got to be fair about these things. That's very, very close. I do still favor Olave between the two, gun to my head style. But really, if I'm stacking this team up a lot, I want a good chunk of shares of both of those guys. It's just I don't think this is the right week to be stacking this team up. Juwan Johnson stepped into more targets in the tight end spot than he had seen throughout the beginning part of the season. 5 targets last week, caught all 5 of them for 31 yards. Hasn't found the end zone yet, but at least hopefully he's secured his job a little bit more. Foster Moreau had gotten in there and been involved. He did catch a touchdown pass in week 5, frustratingly. It didn't go to Johnson, it went to Moreau. That was the second time they did that this season. But he ran 13 routes. He caught 2 of 2 targets for 13 yards and a TD. That's versus the 26 routes that Juwan Johnson ran. Johnson saw 40 snaps, Moreau saw 27. So just frustrating usage. Cedric Wilson limited 12 snaps apiece in each of the last 2 weeks, untargeted over 12 routes run across the 2 weeks. Mason Tipton, just a target here, a target there. 4 targets on 18 routes last week, caught 1 of them for 2 yards. 1 target on 22 routes run for 1 catch, 6 yards the week before that. Very, very limited depth chart options. And again, Spencer Rattler throwing into a pretty decent pass defense with a decent pass rush. For Tampa Bay, love the Godwin-Evans combo. 1-1A right there. Not as big a fan of the Bucky Irving-Rashad White combo there. I prefer Bucky. I think he's the more talented of the two. And he's gradually taking this job away. But it's taken a little bit of time. So it just kind of makes it a frustrating situation. Rashad White came into the season just, he lived and died by his receiving volume. And that's kind of been the case through the beginning of the part of the season. 10 carries in each of the last 2 weeks. 3 catches for negative 6 yards last week. So the receiving volume didn't bail him out last week. The 72 yards came on the ground. It was a decent rushing day. 49 yards on the same 10 carries the week before. Added 2 catches for 35. Back in week 1, he carried the ball 15 times but gained just 31 yards. Added 75 yards on 6 catches to that total. You can see the limitation right here. 3.7 yards per attempt on his 10.2 attempts per game for White. 5.6 yards per attempt on 8.8 yards attempts per game for Bucky. Bucky's punched one into the end zone. He's gained 3.1 yards before contact to the 0.9 that White has gained. Bucky Irving, definitely the more talented back. He carried the ball 9 times for 44 yards last week, 10 times to match the carries that White got the week before, 49 yards and a touchdown, his 1 touchdown of the season that week. Gets involved, gets a few targets a game, hasn't done much through the passing game yet, though. Between Evans and Godwin, Godwin scored in each of the first 3 games. He's got a 117-yard game on 7 catches back in week 2. He's the only one between the two that has a 100-yard game so far. But Evans has 5 touchdowns, 2 in week 1, 2 in the most recent game, caught 5 passes, 62 yards and 2 TDs. And then in week 4 against Philly, he caught 8 balls for 94 yards and another touchdown. 14 targets that game. Evans has drawn a 41.8% of the air yards and has the 5 TDs. Godwin just under 30% of the air yards on a more limited average depth of target. 3 touchdowns for him. Both guys drawing significant, basically splitting 15, 16 targets right down the middle. 3.8 of them going toward White, with 2 and change going into Bucky's direction. Cade Otton, the tight end, draws a little bit of volume, but on limited depth. No touchdowns on the season for Otton. He's drawn a red zone target in each of their last 4 games, though. And he came away with 7 catches for 47 yards in week 3, 6 for 52, and 3 for 44 the last 3 weeks. So he's gotten a little bit more involved, or ramping up his usage a little bit. Trey Palmer, Jalen McMillan, Sterling Shepard, probably going to split 5 targets between those 3 receivers. They've each got a touchdown on the board now. McMillan got his back in week 1, then didn't play each of the last 2 weeks. Shepard didn't play each of the first 2 weeks. Got his touchdown in the most recent game. He only caught 1 pass for 4 yards, but scored a touchdown in that one. Had 3 catches for 51 back in week 4. Palmer scored his touchdown in week 4 against Philly, then didn't play in week 5. 3 catches, 26 yards, and a TD. That was on 3 targets. That was his receptions, target, yardage, and touchdown high for this season. He had 1 catch prior to that, 19 yards in week 1. Had been basically untargeted, has yet to run 10 routes in a game. McMillan, by contrast, before he went out for each of the last 2 weeks, was running 24, 21, and 31 routes the first 3 weeks. So between McMillan, Palmer, and Shepard, it'll be interesting to see the McMillan versus Shepard, because Shep ran 31 and 24 routes in the 2 weeks with McMillan out, and one of those weeks with Palmer out. In the week that Shepard and Palmer both played, week 4 with McMillan out, Shepard ran 31 routes to the 9 routes and 1 target that Palmer got. 31 routes, 5 targets for Shepard. So it kind of feels like, assuming McMillan's out there, the hierarchy would go McMillan, Shep, Palmer. That doesn't necessarily make sense from a experience familiarity with the offense, familiarity with the player kind of a perspective. But again, we're probably talking about 5 targets split across all 3 of those guys. McMillan and Shepard operating on a much deeper A-dot, different kind of receivers than Palmer is. So that gives you a little bit of an idea of what the utilization might be like. For his part, Baker. I feel like I skipped over Baker. 11 touchdown passes this season. Pretty significant. Two interceptions. Throwing the ball just 30 times a game, but completing 72% of them. 230 yards a game is not great, but we'll take it with the touchdown output. He's got tremendous weapons in Godwin and Evans. I love the Baker +2 stacks with both of those receivers. You can go to a Baker +2 and work the tight end into that equation with one or the other, or you can go to one of the 2 running backs and probably would still lean White as the receiving running back. If I'm going to one-off a standalone running back in a different lineup, I would probably go with Bucky Irving. But as the stack running back, it would probably still be Rachaad White. Your most likely bonus guy is almost definitely Alvin Kamara. There's a reasonable chance that Kamara touches the ball 30 times in this game. He's been at that level already anyway. Let's see, we had 20 potential, 20 actual in week 1. 23 potential, 22 actual week 2. 29 potential, 29 actual week 3. 28 potential, 26 actual week 4. And then dip to just 19 potential and 17 actual in week 5. But that could spike right back up, and you can see 28 to 30 touches for Kamara. And if Kamara is touching the ball that many times, he is scoring a touchdown. With multiple touchdowns, obviously, in his pocket. Last game up. One of the best games on the slate. Baltimore favored by 6.5, but a high-scoring Washington offense could hang in this game for at least long enough to pay off DFS shares, at least long enough to force Baltimore to do some scoring and pay off their pricing. On the season, the Washington Commanders, giving up 23 points a game, that ranks 19th. 7.3 yards per pass attempt is pretty terrible, ranks 24th. They're yet to intercept a pass, but their 9.26% sack rate ranks 4th. That's pretty good. Unfortunately, on top of that, they're giving up 5.1 yards per rush attempt to rank 31st. But the good news for Commanders fans, your team is scoring 31 points a game so far over 5 weeks. That ranks first in football. That's wild. Jaden Daniels lands as QB3 by points on both sides, 7 and 6 by points per dollar value. Very highly ranked Terry McLaurin goes right along with him. Zach Ertz not doing too bad, especially in the points per dollar department as a cheapo tight end option with some scoring upside. It gets a little bit thinner around some of the depth receivers. They need to get Jaden Daniels another weapon to work with. But obviously it hasn't hampered him that much. He's thrown 4 touchdown passes, 2 interceptions. He's run another 4 touchdowns into the end zone. He's carrying the ball 11.4 times a game for 5.3 yards per rush attempt, 3.8 before and 1.4 after contact so far. We've also got Brian Robinson Jr., a fairly significant running back with 5 rushing touchdowns on the season already. And then Jeremy McNichols has run the ball in 3 times. And Austin Eckler's got a touchdown on the board. So there's a lot going on in the ground game for this team. Against a defense that's allowing just 3.1 yards per rush attempt, could be a little problematic. But they could take to the air with ease. And the Ravens have given up 8.1 yards per pass attempt to rank 29th. 22.7% pressure rate. They've sacked the quarterback 16 times, come away with 3 picks. For their end, Baltimore scoring 29.4 points a game. That ranks second. So this is the highest scoring team against the second highest scoring team so far. They've given up 25.2 points per game to rank 26th. That 3.1 yards per rush attempt is first in football. They've allowed 1 rushing touchdown a game, though. That ranks 17th. So a little bit of break, don't bend. The 8.1 yards per pass attempt, the 7.8% sack rate ranks just 13th. 19th ranked interception rate. This is not a great Baltimore defense outside of everything except for stuffing the run. But again, running the ball at least into the end zone is kind of a big part of this Washington attack right now. It's a little bit of a where the rubber meets the road kind of a week. We've also got an injury for Brian Robinson. Didn't practice on Thursday. Didn't practice on Friday either. That doesn't look good. Quinn's calling him a game time decision. It doesn't really bode well for Robinson. If Robinson's out there, you can go to him. But again, just plowing him into a pretty good defensive front is not necessarily the best idea, especially when he's banged up. He's dealing with a knee injury, so that's not ideal. Then it falls to Austin Eckler, who carried the ball 6 times for 67 yards last week after a DNP in week 4. Limited action, hasn't gotten over 10 carries all season long, hasn't seen more than 4 targets in a game all season. And Jeremy McNichols, 3 touchdowns over the last 2 games. That comes on 15 carries, but over those 15 carries, it's 112 rush yards and 3 touchdowns. So pretty good yards per attempt and obviously touchdown output in those games. 2 carries in the red zone in week 4, 3 carries in the red zone last week. Extremely limited targeting, 1 target all season. Given the success on the ground, though, I could see them at least splitting it fairly evenly. He played 24 snaps week 4, 15 snaps in week 5 rather. Eckler played 32 snaps in week 5, didn't play week 4, 13 snaps week 3. It's probably still Eckler as the lead if there's no Robinson. But don't totally write off Jeremy McNichols. He would obviously bump several points higher than that if we get that scenario. Jaden has completed a fantastic 77% of his passes so far as a rookie. He's only thrown 4 touchdowns against 2 interceptions, but a solid 8.7 yards per pass attempt. Throwing the ball 26 times a game. If they ramp up the volume a little bit more, we'll probably see more interceptions and fewer completions, but we'll probably also see more yardage. Kid is good. I don't think there's anybody arguing with that. Terry McLaurin throwing a 14.8 yard ADOT for 56.8% of their air yards so far. Another 21% going in Zach Ertz's direction. So when I say this team needs another weapon in the passing attack, I really, really mean it. 7.2 targets a game going toward McLaurin, 5-ish going in Ertz's direction. Ertz hasn't scored yet, but he's been involved basically every week. 25 plus routes every week. 24 routes in week 3, so 24 plus routes every week. Has at least 2 catches in every game. 4 catches for 62 yards against the Giants in week 2 was his season high, and again, hasn't scored yet. But a big-bodied tight end with definite upside for red zone targeting. He was targeted 4 times in the red zone in week 5, just didn't happen to catch any of them. Noah Brown is the third man in, 8.8 yard ADOT, under 10% of the air yards on his 3.3 targets a game. It gets thin in a big hurry. Luke McCaffrey, 2 targets a game so far on a 4.7 yard ADOT for 5% of the air yards. McCaffrey caught 3 passes for 19 yards last week. 1 for 17, 3 for 44 going back in time. Noah Brown's played in weeks 2, 3, and 4. Didn't play week 1 or 5. Caught exactly 3 passes in each game. 56 yards, 29 yards, 26 yards on 3, 3, and 4 targets. Has not scored yet this season. Does have the ability to get up and get down the field. Drawing an 8.8 yard ADOT so far this season, putting up 11.1 yards per target. No touchdowns. Mediocre target at best, but probably your third man in after McLaurin Ertz. I think Jaden on his own works. He's put up more than enough rushing upside so far and significant passing upside without like a clear lane to anybody other than Terry McLaurin as your correlated receiver. So I think Jaden naked stacks work just fine. Jaden +1 with McLaurin makes a ton of sense. Jaden +1 with Ertz makes sense. Brown is a stretch, but as a value play, you could do it. Jaden plus Noah Brown for some points per dollar. And then the +2s probably just land on those same couple of receivers with maybe you stretch it out for some Luke McCaffrey down here. Diami Brown, Olamide Zacchaeus get a little bit more thin. Zacchaeus, 3 targets last week, caught 1 for 10 yards. The week before he had a game, though. 6 catches on 6 targets for 85 yards. But it's been pretty thin otherwise. Diami Brown gave you 2 catches, 57 yards, but scored a touchdown on his 2 targets last week. Ran 21 routes in that game. Zacchaeus did see an uptick in routes over the last 2 weeks, 11 and 24. But again, there's been missing pieces each of those weeks. At best, they're mix and match guys. Neither guy is a significant downfield weapon. Both guys have the skills to make things happen when they get the ball in their hands. Brown works a little bit further down the field than OZ does. On the Baltimore side, Lamar Jackson naked, Lamar Jackson stacked, Lamar Jackson however you want him. Derrick Henry right there with him. If Derrick threw the ball, you'd be saying the same thing. Derrick on his own in other lineups, perfectly fine. I think he's very playable in stacks with Lamar Jackson, even though he's not a significant target in the passing game. Henry drawing just 1.6 targets a game, coming away with 1.2 of them. He catches most of the balls you throw in his direction. He's got a receiving touchdown on the board this year, but we're not looking to him for his receiving game. What we're looking for him for is the 19 carries a game, the 6 yards per rush attempt that he's put up so far, 3.5 before and 2.6 yards after contact. It's been fantastic. This is Derrick Henry peak form after all the wear and tear on his tires. 6 touchdowns already on the season. He's been fantastic. And the reason I say that I think there's just, some great indirect correlation with those two players is this team can, out of habit almost, get the ball down the field, fall a little bit short of the end zone, and have the need to punch it in. And that feeds the upside for Lamar rushing touchdowns, and it feeds the upside just the same for Derrick Henry rushing touchdowns. So if they're falling short of actually putting the ball in the end zone through the passing game, Derrick Henry's going to be there to clean up the mess, and that does provide indirect correlation. It provides significant indirect correlation. For Lamar, you get direct correlation with Zay Flowers. He saw 12 targets last week. He's averaging 7.8. He's only coming away with 4.8 of them per game, 6.9 yards per target. It's under 10-yard ADOT is 7.8 yards ADOT, but drawing nearly 30% of the air yards on volume. He's got a touchdown on the season. Can do better. 7 catches for 111 yards, the first time over 100 yards. That came against Cincinnati in the big Week 5 game. Didn't score in that one. His touchdown came in Week 2 against Vegas. 7 catches for 91 yards in that one with a TD. Rashad Bateman stepped up with a touchdown last week. 4 catches, 58 yards and a TD. He's dealing with a groin injury, but he's been practicing since yesterday. I would expect him out there unless we've got reporting otherwise. I haven't looked him up, and I'm not going to take the time. Bateman is a downfield target, though. He's a field stretcher. 13.4 yard ADOT, 2 touchdowns on the year, 4.4 targets a game. Definitely works in stacks with Lamar Jackson. He's a viable +2 alongside Zay Flowers. He even works with Henry, honestly. I was going to say maybe not as a +2 like Lamar, Henry, Bateman, but that does actually kind of work because it's odds are Bateman's going to be the guy who catches that deep pass, falls short of the end zone on the 2, and then Henry busts it in. So if you pick up the catch, 40-something yards, 30-something yards on that one play, plus the 2-yard touchdown for Henry, you do that on 2-3 plays within a minute. And then you're just dealing with, you want to get Bateman into the end zone on another catch, but neither guy needs all that much more beyond that. And that's a very viable scenario for this offense, especially against this defense. So I could see that 2-man combo coming through. You've got a viable backup running back in Justice Hill. Reasonably priced. Doesn't exactly rate out well. 26, 28, 29, 28, just on limited volume. But he's actually a talented guy. 4.9 yards per rush attempt on his limited volume, 3.8 carries a game so far. Hasn't put one in the end zone, but gaining 2.7 before 2.2 yards after contact per attempt, and fairly significant involvement in the passing attack. 4 targets a game, catching 3.4 of them, putting up 8.5 yards per target despite a negative 0.5 yard ADOT. So catching the ball behind the line of scrimmage and regularly making things happen with it. He's got a touchdown receiving on the season. Not completely dead. What I probably wouldn't do there is a Lamar plus Henry plus Hill. I think that's a little bit silly, but there's just enough volume on Hill that you could probably get away with a Lamar plus Zay plus Hill. Mark Andrews, Isaiah Likely kind of splitting the tight end duties. Likely played 54 snaps last week. He ran 32 routes, drew 3 targets, caught all 3 of them for 13 yards and 2 touchdowns. The touchdowns are great. The week 1 performance was a little bit bigger overall. He had 9 catches for 111 yards that week, but only scored 1 touchdown. At the same time, in the week 5 game, Andrews played 42 snaps, ran 21 routes. He was targeted 5 times, so he actually was targeted more. Caught 4 of 5 for 55 yards, put up more yardage, but didn't score. Likely got 2 targets in the red zone. Presumably those are his 2 touchdowns. Andrews was targeted once in the red zone. That's the first time Andrews was targeted in the red zone all season. It's just dumb. He's been a lot more limited than he's been in years past, but he's out there running routes, getting some targets. I kind of hate the situation because I feel like the touchdowns are going there, but the volume is going there. It renders both guys just kind of meh. You can see it in their rankings. 12-14. 18-16 by value. 10-18 and 12-19. Not great. Ravens defense not looking all that playable. And on the other side, the Commanders defense nowhere near playable. Aguilar at this point is just a limited depth option. 2.4 targets a game. He does get up and get down the field. 12.1 yard average depth of target. Last week he ran 20 routes. He was targeted 4 times. He caught 1 of them, and he only put up 4 yards on it. It's an exceptional receiver. He finds creative ways to fail. 2 catches for 10 yards on 3 targets the week before. 1 catch for 56 yards on 1 target in week 3. Obviously a big gainer there. But that's the exact kind of play that I'm talking about. I guarantee you that fell just short of the end zone. Frustrating for the receiver, and then Derrick Henry probably punched it in. The Kolars, the Hardys, the Ricards, the Wallaces of the world, everybody down in this direction, don't really need to worry about anybody down there. occasional target goes in Kolar's direction. He did have a touchdown in week 5. 3 catches, 64 yards, and a TD. Which gets annoying if you want to stretch that to a third tight end now. What an annoying team. They've got Mark Andrews there, and they threw 3 touchdowns to tight ends in week 5, and none of them went to Mark Andrews. So annoying. Most likely bonus guy from this one as we wrap up. How could I not just go right back to Derrick Henry? He's averaging it. The volume is monstrous. The output is fantastic. Still one of the best players in football. Now you're really challenged. Now I'm telling you that I want Derrick Henry, Saquon Barkley, and Alvin Kamara. Good luck putting that in the lineup. It's a $23,900 proposition. Averages just under $8,000 a man on DK. On FanDuel, it's $27,000 of your salary cap, $9,000 a man. I feel like you could do it, but it's going to be awfully thin in some other spots. You got to find some true value receivers, true value quarterback. But that's it, gang. 7:55, 3 hours and change on the nose. Shorter show this week. I think we hit all the games, right? Pretty sure. Do I even watch the games or just go by my spreadsheet? I watch 7 hours of commercial-free football every weekend. Yeah, I watch Red Zone channel during the day, and then I go back and I watch highlights. If I need to pull any more specific game info, I can. These clips and analysis are highly available, SS Ghost. What are the questions we got? How do I feel about McCaffrey for value? I think I kind of covered that. I do think it's a stack that we're going to want to get to a little bit, or some bring back plays that we're going to want to get to a little bit on the other side of Baltimore stacks. I think it's a limited option. Drawing 2 targets a game, 4.7 yard ADOT. If I'm drawing, as I've said a bunch of times, if I'm going to a limited volume option, I at least want it to be an Alec Pierce type. You know, one of these guys that's really going to give me that potential for a big play. I don't really see that with McCaffrey, the way he's been operating. 3 catches for 44 in week 3 was his biggest week so far. And just the most concerning thing would be the average depth. 4.7 yard average depth of target on limited targeting. Don't love it, but yeah, he's in play. More so than Diami Brown and Olamide Zaccheaus, but only barely. Less so than Noah Brown, less so than Terry McLaurin, obviously. Yeah, okay, buddy, you don't even know the skill of these players, you just go by your spreadsheet. Well, how would I have put the spreadsheet together without knowing that? I mean, you're welcome to not attend this show. Nobody's forcing you to be here. I don't really understand the criticism. Been doing this for years now. Been doing it for years on my own. I've been providing content for years. I am more than confident in my knowledge and ability to analyze all 4 major sports. Power sparking an owl? I hope you meant a bowl. Don't go around lighting owls on fire, Power. Yeah, and you got fired by the company you used to work for. Yeah, because I told the guy from Fantasy Frontier to go fuck himself. There's a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff that you don't know anything about in that story. It had nothing to do with my analysis or DFS ability. Yeah, it is troll season, Steven. You are a geek, not a true football fan. How much money did you win last week? I lost money last week. I am totally above board when I win or lose money. Yep, that's me. Not good, not supplying winning plays. Yep, that's why these guys come out and watch the show every week, every day. That's why people subscribe to the website, use the projections, win money with them. What do I know? Obviously, we're just killing time because I like hearing the sound of my own voice here at the end of the show. People hanging out. Burner account running wild. Yeah, it's probably Tom from Awesemo. What's up, Tom Kennedy? Good to see you. Look, nobody here. I've never said once in my life that I am the best in the world at DFS. I've never said that I know everything. In fact, I've often said that this is a dialogue. And the reason that we're here is for you guys to share information with me and me to share information with you. I don't consider myself, like many people in this industry, better than anybody else out there. I happen to have a lot of data here. I happen to enjoy sharing it. I happen to enjoy doing this for a living. They said you were not supplying winning plays, and then can you? Don't make up lies, buddy. That's exactly what happened. It's true. Yep. They had that whole show where they called me out in public in front of everybody. Came in, snuck up behind me, shaved down the middle of my head, took a bowl of tomato soup, dumped it on me, called me a sucker, told me I was fired for making bad picks. It's exactly how it happened. Everybody was there that day. It was their most highly rated show ever. I think we can wind down now. The trolling is running its course. If SS Ghost had anything better to say. If you don't like the content, get Ghost. If you were good, they wouldn't have released you. Sure, that's why they had me on every show, writing all the content behind the scenes and running their customer service, because of how bad I am. Let computer pick the plays for you. That's actually how most of the rest of the industry runs. That's actually how those guys run these days. I actually build most of my lineups by hand these days. I've gone back in a different direction. But you wouldn't know that. You weren't doing customer service? I literally ran the customer service department for 2 years. I built the customer service department from the ground up. I would venture to guess that they're still using my templated responses that I wrote. You were doing shows, that's it. Yes. And writing hundreds of thousands of words worth of content. I probably wrote more than 1 million words of content for them over a couple of years. And I ran their customer service department. But you know what you're talking about. You were there. I remember you behind the scenes. Stephen Leibowitz, I can think of a bunch of guys they got rid of who are great, and I watch more than Stochastic for the most part. Yeah. By that token, Adam doesn't know anything and is terrible as well. And who else? Neil got clipped over there. A couple of the hockey guys. Bunch of people. The place does nothing but hire morons. I don't know why you guys subscribe over there. Check out rotoscouts.com. $1 a day or less on all the plans. You get access to every single piece of content, every meaningless data point, every bad play that I make across every bad sport that I cover. Get access to all my bad takes. Still less expensive than all the good takes out there across other sites in the industry. So I know SS Ghost is running over to the website to subscribe right now, and I encourage everybody else to do it as well. I think I can because they do not like losers. You were just avoiding. What am I avoiding? I've been talking to you for 10 minutes. I've been indulging your you can take your spreadsheets and shove them up your ass. Your spreadsheet should be burned. It's burnt. And you're with an apostrophe RE, by the way. Go for this. What's the pay scale? For what? To come work for me? Nothing. Dude, you know, Buddy recommended Najee and he was trash. You're cherry picking one play from one game on a week where Najee's backup was out and he was getting most of the volume. Dude, maybe you don't know how this works. the pay scale over there. Started out as a work to contract, doing shows and writing articles, and then was on salary. Under six figures, but a decent high salary, 401k, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, Steven, check out, bud. I'm just kind of entertained by the trolling at the end of the night. Call me sick. I just like to see where it goes and like how much gas does this guy have in his trolling car. I could sit here and do this all day. So far, he hasn't really said anything funny, and he's just going back to the same exact comment every time, which gets really boring. Like, if he was coming up with clever shit, I'd be more inclined to stay here and argue. But if you were good, they wouldn't fire you. See, again, you don't know the story behind the scenes. Where I told one of their critical partners to go fuck himself. Where I told the boss that the name change was stupid. I literally said, Stochastic is a stupid name. And especially if you spell it that way. So, there are very specific reasons that I've gotten fired. Most of these guys have heard them before. It was more of a suicide by cop kind of firing. If you know what I mean. But the last thing honestly, the guy who fired me, Tom, the guy who runs the company, pays no attention to the DFS content over there. He wouldn't know if I had good takes or not. He's only business. That was after they said they're releasing you. Yes. You clearly know the story better than I do. Maybe you should go get a job over there. Well, your great takes. Anyway, this has kind of run its course. I was hoping SS Ghost would say something funny or something in there. Didn't quite get there, but what are you going to do? With that in mind, you guys, 3 hours, 47 minutes with a little padding here at the end of the show. As I was saying, go check out rotoscouts.com. Check out our guys over at acemind.io. Ah, fuck, I never did that. We got a few people here still hanging out. Here, bonus for SS Ghost. For SS Ghost and only SS Ghost. Since I forgot to show this earlier, I forgot that it was running. Got the AceMind sims in the background. We'll take a quick peek. These are lineups that were built by the sim. They're not lineups that were built outside of that and then run against the sim like you're supposed to do. So there'll be some clunky constructions in here. But we'll take a quick look. Come on. This DraftKings one doesn't like me. All right. Kind of see that, I think, right? I hate that top lineup. I'll tell you that much right there, right ahead of the gate. Deshaun, Bijan, Jahmyr Gibbs, Amari Cooper. That is ugly. How the hell did that thing get through? That is a lineup built on differentiation and differentiation alone. Wow. Deshaun in 1% of the top 150, but happened to get into that top lineup. It's not impossible. It would be the last quarterback or third to last quarterback from this slate that I would choose. But at least they got the receiver right to go with him, Amari. I don't mind the Bijan play. Jahmyr Gibbs, like we talked about, either way with that Detroit rushing game. Diggs is a premium option this week. Ferg and Tolbert, I don't like that. This is something I wouldn't do if I was actually building this lineup, and I would block it off by rule in optimizers. In a non-stacked situation, I don't want both of these receivers together. And then same thing actually with with Mooney and Robinson both in there. I don't love that. That second lineup's a lot better looking. Lamar with some Bijan, little Josh Jacobs in there. McLaurin to pick up the upside from Washington. Ertz in there as well as a bringback, though. I don't love the double bringback. Yeah, that's not my favorite construction either, because you got 2 pieces of Atlanta in there, 2 pieces of Washington, and 2 pieces of Baltimore. The Baltimore-Washington I could take to some degree. I would be more inclined to take like a Lamar, McLaurin, Bateman, Likely, and put Likely in the tight end there. Forgo the Ertz share and find something else. I typically only like 1 bringback. 2 feels a little bit weighty. There's 52 points on the board in that game, though, so, I mean, you could potentially make it work, but still not ideal. But, again, these are, this did run through 2 iterations of 50,000 sims each. Big spread of different stacks at the top, though. No one really rocketing through. Lamar in 26% of the top 150. I'm sure there's a ton of Bijan. Holy hell, 68%. Ferg in more than half of the top 150 makes sense as our top projected tight end. Dak at 13, that's about reasonable. 17% on Hurts, whereas CJ makes sense at 3. So Lamar, Hurts, Daniels, really those 3, Lamar, Hurts, and Jaden Daniels, are taking up a big chunk of the QB ownership up there. And then you're getting your odds and ends around a lot of other guys. SS Go is still going at it. If you were any good, you would be working for a real company, not this garbage. Yeah, but I own this garbage. This is mine. I don't work for anybody. I work for you people. I've only had one client. The people. Get him, Mamba. Now you're in trouble. Mamba's here. Scroll down through some of these DK lineups, let you guys pick off some ideas. Again, these are constructed just by the sim, just kind of mashing it all together with no rules, no nothing set. So it's more about who landed in here rather than the actual combinations of these specific lineups. But it gives you some idea of the top plays. But again, the best way to do this when you're actually doing it to build your lineups for the slate, use the optimizer tool that's right in here in AceMind. Use Fantasy Cruncher, use RG's optimizer, whatever you do to build your big pool of lineups. You get that, and then you take that, you drop it right in here, and then you run that. So you build 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 lineups. Run a real set of lineups that you would actually want to enter. Well-constructed, well-thought-out, well-built lineups, strategically built lineups. Drop them into the sim and let the sim run against that. And then you can take some of the, generated lineups from the sim pool if some of them rank out well and look pretty good, or you can just sort it right down to just the optimized only lineups and take the best out of that bunch, which is how I like to do it. The spreadsheets are where the data is that tells you who the good players are. Like, what do you go by? Does your cat tell you who to play? You just like, oh, I like that guy. That guy wears number 32. He's going to be good. Oh, this team's wearing green uniforms. I love the color green. Oh, Dolphins are so smart. I got to get a Dolphin on my team. Like, how the fuck are you supposed to pick these things if you're not going by the numbers? It's a numbers game. This isn't sports. This is math. Surprise, surprise. This is math. It's fantasy math. This is not sports. It's all about the numbers. You shipped a couple $100,000 on FanDuel last week and you're here doing this on Friday night? I don't think so. I'd spit in this guy's face if I saw him in public. 359 Palisade Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey, apartment 1L. Come on over. I'll leave a light on for you. I'll be up all night working on this shit. Come on over. I fucking dare you. Spit in my face. I fucking dare you. Come on over. Seriously. Find out what happens. Yes, the dirtiest state in America. That's why it's known as the Garden State, you dumb fuck. Come on, man. You gotta do better. Gotta have better comments than that. Anyway, FanDuel. Tony Richardson in that top lineup. Look at him. Is that No, we got Josh Downs in there. Lot of Ferg on FanDuel. Not surprising. A lot of Chase coming through in that FanDuel only game. I'm sure Joe Burrow's in a lot of these. Yeah, 15% Burrow I like. Where's Danny? 9% Danny Jones. I can live with 9%. Not a fan. Not a good quarterback. Good situation. We'll deal with it. Let's see. Where's that many running backs that I wanted? They're all going to be super popular, so they're not going to sim out well. There's some Saquon. 9%. Okay. I know I said Derrick Henry, 7%. Yep. Who was the third one? I forget who the third one was. It was Henry, Saquon, and Kamara. The way that's going to break down is one of those guys, if you can get there, two of those guys in a lot of your lineups, but one of those three guys in a significant portion of the lineups, I think makes a ton of sense. And then there's a lot of spread. There's a decent amount of value on this slate, so it should be easy enough to build around those, even with the high price stacks that we want to get to. What I'm not seeing in here is Kamara. I'm only kind of casually scrolled here. There he is. Just 1%, Alvin. Wonder what his ownership went in here is. Just 1%, and it's honestly not a very significant ownership share that he went in against. Him and Saquon right around just into the double digits each. And then King Henry here. Another half again on top of that. Henry, the most highly owned out of those three, but perfectly manageable ownership on the other two. I'm actually surprised that Kamara didn't come up a little bit more than that against 12% or 10%. What else we got here? Nothing really jumping out at me. We talk Burrow. What's Hurts at? 21. It's a reasonable spread at quarterback. Probably a little bit broader on the FanDuel slate. You're getting decent percentages on a lot of these guys. At least putting a handful of stacks in play for each of these teams. This is definitely a slate where I'd want to build out a pretty big, diverse portfolio, and at least with like your top 10, top 12 quarterbacks, you'd want to click on them, lock them in, build a set of lineups actually around that quarterback so that you can ensure that you're getting that nice cross-section of the different plays, the different values, the different chalk plays with each quarterback so that you're really capitalizing on the opportunities. What did SS Ghost call some friends? Rolling Thunder. I remember this dude. He was the one who gave out bad takes all the time on Osomio. Tommy Smith. His name is Terry. Thinks he's the best out. Best out. Out there. The best out. Like 3 strikes you're out. Like, what are we talking about, guys? Those are 2 really poorly written comments. Osomio, the Italian version of the DFS site. I strongly suggest if you're going to troll me, you at least learn to spell. Grammar would help too, but we won't be picky. I know it's difficult out there on the internet. I'm going to leave you guys with that. 4 hours in. Wanted to crack the 4-hour mark just for the fun of it. So let me punch out of here. Got a lot of writing and a lot of work to do on the projections and everything for the weekend. Keep an eye on the website. Projections, updates for the rankings, groups column, all the game notes, game by game will be updated. The above below will be updated for the weekend. Plenty of upside. Travis says, this is hilarious. 3 burners. A successful DFS player living in a trailer with his mom. Wow. Funny. Like, for one, that's the 3rd or 4th time you've tried to make that joke. For 2, it's not really a funny concept. For 3, it's easily disprovable considering that I live in a shitty apartment that I just gave everybody the address to in Jersey City. No, I'm a single 40-something moderately successful guy who lives in a very shitty, messy, crappy apartment in up and coming neighborhood in Jersey City. I don't claim to be anything more than that. Can't even afford a non-dusty hat. I'd say dirty more than dusty. Dust implies that if I did this, it would come off. That's dirt. I would take grime, dirt, dingy, dusty? I don't think dusty applies. Get some better insults. It's really just down to morbid curiosity if you guys are ever going to say anything at all funny or engaging with this trolling effort. I could have been out of here an hour ago. Like, are you just like sitting over there like giggle typing all this stuff and thinking that you're funny? I don't understand the effort here. Like, if you're going to troll, you would want to come in, troll, and like create something where it's like making people chuckle in the chat, or like people are on your side, they're on my side, like you're creating drama. This is just a waste of time. It's not even amusing. I'm literally the only person who would engage with this. And that's just because I'm fucked in the head. Nope, there's a lot of people who do not like you. Okay, there's a lot of people who don't like anybody. You think you're the best yet never win. I very specifically don't think I'm the best, and I win fairly frequently. But there are many people out there that are better than I am. I used to work with some of them. Still talk to some of them. Some of them might be in this chat right now. Some of the people who hang out in our Discord are better at certain things than I am. I don't think I'm remotely close to the best, Tommy Smith. But thanks for playing. This has been a blast. Oh my God. It's not the trolling. It's your terrible, terrible use of the English language that's really getting to me. Better than, with an A, than you. Learn how to speak the fucking language. With that, good night. Good luck out there this weekend, gang. Somebody go win something. Keep eyes on the website. I'll let you guys know when things go live. Follow the @Roto Scouts Twitter handle. Retweet things when they pop up. Helps me out. Helps you guys out. Abraham Williams, yes. Ertz is loosely playable on FanDuel this week, sure. He's got upside. It's not my favorite tight end play, but he ranks out okay. That is an offense that's going to be throwing the ball quite a bit to keep up in that game. He's been a regular target in that offense. He's seen some red zone targeting. 4 red zone targets last week. Can I interest you in that? If he sees a similar amount of red zone targets, he'll score. He didn't catch any of them in the end zone. He only caught 2 balls for 10 yards last week. But he picked up 8 targets, and again, 4 of them in the red zone. That's significant enough volume that you can keep going back to that well. Nobody's idea of a top tight end anymore. But for a value tight end play, yeah, he's on the board. Abraham, we are 4 hours and 6 minutes in. You can rewind and you can listen to me talk as long as you want. Yeah, we can talk for a minute. What do you got? I'm listening. Wasn't my best Frasier impression, but I am listening. Type faster. It'll be funny that if this is the same person switching to a 4th burner and he's just fucking with me. Is it okay to play Watson with Cooper, then run back Barkley and A.J. Brown, or should I just pick one? I tend to, as I was saying before when we were looking at those sim results, I tend to prefer just one run back, one bring back play. So I would probably go either Saquon or A.J. Brown on the other side of the Watson Cooper. I don't love the Watson part of that. I would rather put Saquon and A.J. Brown together in a lineup and have somebody other than Watson in it, to be quite honest. But yeah, I think my approach would probably be to slice that a little thinner. And between the two, I'd probably go Saquon over A.J. Brown. But I think your big downside there would be the Watson part of it. I don't love him to be able to hang in this game. I do like Amari Cooper, though, and just on the idea that they are professional football players and occasionally will get the ball from one guy to the other guy in the end zone in the painted area that scores points. Yeah, you could go that way, but not my favorite stack. Watson, quarterback 16-15 on DraftKings, 18-17 on FanDuel. Very much so, that second one. Yeah, Hurts, Saquon, AJ with Cooper as a bring back is a much better configuration. That'll be more highly owned, but there's so much that you can do with all the other open spots in that lineup to differentiate that is a great, as they say, I don't like to use the term core, but as they say, core, that's a great single game core. The one concern with that is the 9.5 point spread. And the idea that you're still, even with that, you still are kind of in a way relying on Deshaun Watson to carry that because he's got to do his job and keep Cleveland in that game for that Philly stack, especially with the double stack, to really truly pay off. So, regardless of which way you play it, you are kind of leaning on Deshaun Watson a little bit there at least. So it still does come with an asterisk, but that's the more playable version of the ones that you guys put. I don't believe in the Eagles' defense at all. I don't think their defense stops much of anything either. It's just this isn't a normal football team. With Deshaun Watson at the helm right now, this is not a normal offense. So even this leaky Philly defense, I could see him having problems. I really could. But again, at the same time, I mean, I don't know if you were here a couple minutes ago. We just saw the top lineup on that DK Ace Mine sim that I went away from. Was a Deshaun lineup. It was a Deshaun Cooper lineup, in fact. Didn't have a bring back from the Eagles, and I don't like the construction of it at all. But it did have those two players in it. So it's not, again, to say that you can't get there with Deshaun. It's just few and far between. He happened to get into that top one, but he's only in 5% of these top 20 and 1% of the top 150. It's like it's very, very thin around that play, very fast. Jalen, on the other hand, 17% of the top 150 lineups have Jalen in them. I wish I could stack these things so I could say, like, all right, 17% have Jalen. How many of those, of that 17, have Jalen and Hurts? How many of the 17 of that percentage also have Saquon? And pile up those combos. That'd be a wish list item for our guys at Ace Mind. I am seeing in these top lineups here a little bit more of Devonta Smith than I am of A.J. Brown. Oh, there's an A.J. 7% AJ, 7% Smith, so dead even. So, I mean, that's a somewhat comparable version of what you're talking about with Hurts there. Two of the Eagles. Granted, it's not the running back, but, 6 of one, half dozen of another. If you're getting two of them, you're getting two of them. I don't mind that lineup overall. Pop Saquon in for one of these guys. I'd probably opt for a different flex. I don't love the Trey Tucker flex there. But that's okay. So, yeah, I think you're viable there. Was that it? I'll give you one more shot if you got another question, Abram. Otherwise, time for me to punch out. What do you think of ignoring the run game and playing Hurts, AJ, Devontae with Cooper as a run back? I have no issues with that whatsoever. The one thing I would say is that I think Saquon is my favorite piece from that game, given the 5 yards per rush attempt that Cleveland's allowing. Same number as Philly's allowing. So I don't love the idea of forgoing Saquon, but in any given lineup, in one lineup, out of one you can do it, 1 out of 150 you can do it. So there's no scenario where I would say no to that, and you're going to the right players around that play with the two premium receivers. Both guys coming off of injury. The idea that if they are in close, it's going to be Jalen or Saquon, most likely putting the ball in the end zone, does clip their wings a little bit on the touchdown upside. But it's not a super deep offense, so there's a lot of target concentration around those two receivers. So really, they are good enough to get by, even if that scoring does get like artificially capped in a mathematical sense, right? And then it just comes down to what happens on the field. But I think you're fine with that play. My favorite version is probably still the one that includes Saquon, though. I just really like his upside this week. And as I said during the show, if you think about that 9.5 point spread, could just lead to a lot of, Philly's up 3 scores and just running the ball and running the clock out in the second half, which could just pad scoring for Saquon. Could also just become the Kenny Gainwell show in that scenario, though, too. But don't listen to me. I only read the spreadsheet. All right. That is going to be it for real this time. Good luck out there this weekend, gang. Somebody go win something. I will see you Monday-ish. Depends on the baseball schedule. Or, no, Monday for, at worst, Monday Night Football. See you around.